Testing from the broadcast desk. Test 1, 2, 3.
Have one qualifier on the gate, Maho Beach, Port Hill Felix, Fernhill Jubilee, Tobin's Future, and Mac Hanover. Here they come. There they go, off and pacing, leaving out Fernhill Jubilee to her outside. That is around the turn between horses, and they're set to go to the open eighth, and driving up is Mac Hanover from Murner to clear the lead. Racing from second on the backstretch goes Tobin's Future, then in third. Towards that inside is Fernhill Jubilee. Back fourth is Maho Beach, and the trailer, that is Port Hill Felix. So they're at the first quarter mile, led by Mac Hanover. Now second, that is Tobin's Future off a 29-2 opening quarter, racing in mid-pack for third. Fernhill Jubilee back into fourth, Maho Beach, followed by the trailer, who is Port Hill Felix. Through the stretch, they arrive next at the opening half mile. They're led to the midway point by Mac Hanover. Second, Tobin's Future. Fernhill Jubilee is all alone in third, then Maho Beach fourth. And trailing this field, that is Port Hill Phoenix. At the midway point, they were halfway home in 59. and 3, and Mac Hanover continuing to lead. The next station 5/8, the lead almost 2 on Tobin's Future. Fern Hill Jubilee continues in 3rd. Back into 4th, Maho Beach, and the trailer, that is Port Hill Felix. 3/4 comes next, and Mac Hanover continuing to lead with a 1/4 of a mile left to go. Tobin's Future stock 2nd. 3rd, that is Fern Hill Jubilee. Well, back to 4th, Maho Beach, and 5th on the outside is Port Hill Felix. 1:29 3 was the 3/4. Mac Hanover turning home. He has Tobin's Future now out for the stretch drive. Fern Hill Jubilee in 3rd. On the wire they come next. Mac Hanover almost there. Mac Hanover and Myrna go all the way. Tobin's Future 2nd. Fern Hill Jubilee 3rd. Time for the mile in 1:59. Now the results of the qualifier: Maho Beach 5th, Port Hill Felix 4th, Fern Hill Jubilee 3rd, Tobin's Future was 2nd, Mac Hanover the winner, 29-2, 59-3, 129-3, and the mile 1:59. In review, 5:43, 2-1.
Here they come. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman. 15 races on tap for you here tonight. The feature race comes up tonight in race number 14 with 6 starters going behind the starting gate. He's touring on the rail with David Dowling. Braxton's Boy 2 with Brady Sweet. Mr. Kelly leaves 3 with Adam Murner. 4 is Sobble Attack and Kenny Murphy. Nolan's Magic Sway leaves 5 with Paul Angel. And the 6 on the outside is How Mac Charmer with Corey McPherson. Going to be a great night for harness racing here at Red Shore Summerside. Don't forget to get in the aisle pick 5, races 1 through 5, with the low 15% takeout and a $2,000 guaranteed pool. It's presented by the Prince Edward Island Harness Racing Industry Association. 2 super high 5s, races 5 and 15 tonight. Also, don't forget about the late pick 4 with the $1,000 guaranteed pool, and that comes up tonight, the last 4 races. Now let's go upstairs to the man who's going to call all the action tonight with tonight's program and equipment changes. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program. It's event number 5 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 20 degrees Celsius the temperature at this time in Summerside. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Follen. The associate judges are Mr. Gary Devine and Mr. Robbie Shaw. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. First change is in the first race tonight. In race number 1, scratch the 3 Fern Hill Java and scratch the 9 FR Millie. Race 1, we have scratches of 3 Fernhill Java and 9 FR Millie. Next change, go to race number 3. In the third race, number 2 Chromed Up from Blind to Blinkers. Next change, go to race number 7. In tonight's 7th race, number 5, Woodmere Sinatra, adding a Shady Daisy shadow roll. Next change, go to race number 9. In the 9th race, number 3, Hamac Charger, from a Shady Daisy to a regular shadow roll. Next change, go to race number 12. In the 12th race, number 4, Plain Jane, from a Swedish blind to a blind bridle. Final change on the program, go to race number 14, tonight's feature. In the 14th race, number 4, Sobble Attack, going from blind to blinkers. Sobble Attack in the 14th, blind to blinkers. That wraps up the changes at this time on tonight's 15-race presentation. Race 1 post time set for 6 o'clock. You have 25 minutes to make your Race 1 selections.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here on a Tuesday night at Red Shore, Summerside. 15 races on tap for you here tonight. Let's have a look at the 10th race. I'm going with a 1-3-2 in the 10th race. We got Melody Maker on the rail. An interesting note, if you look at Melody Maker's chart lines, 1 year ago tonight, on June the 18th, 2024, Melody Maker left on the rail and was a wire-to-wire winner in 1:55.2. That's the angle I'm going to play tonight. He's leaving on the rail again tonight 1 year later. So I'm going with a 1-3-2. We got Melody Maker on the rail. Crosscut 2. Coast to Coast Shark is 3. Big Bad Bruiser from 4. Brookdale Jim leaves 5. Canvas of Star 6. And Majestic Mason rounds out the field from post position number 7. If you can't join us live here tonight, make sure you tune in to Redshores.ca, our Red Shores YouTube channel, or at HPIBet.com. And if you ever look at your in-house monitors, you'll see for tonight's opener, I'm going with a 2-1-4, backstretch speed on board, 2-1-4. Classifier's choice is 2-1-5 in the opener in 14 minutes. But note number 3, Fernhill Java and the 9, FR Millie, both scratched from tonight's opener.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the third race tonight, we have a late scratch. In race 3, scratch number 4, Makita. He will not go. Race 3, scratch number 4, Makita. Maiden fillies and mares for the first race post-trade. Number 1 is Salisbrook Daisy, owned by Greyland Farm, Stratford. Joseph Gamba from Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. Trained by Lenny Myers. Adam Murner drives. 2 Ladies Wish, owned by Charles, Maxime, and Daniel Goodrow, Quebec. Trained by Taylor Doyle, Corey McPherson. 3 Fernhill Java is scratched. 4 Moonbound, owned by Greg Kirby of Sydney and Nathaniel Smith of Holden, Maine, trained by Chris Davies, David Dowling. 5 Spinelli, Paul Angel training and drive for owner Chantel Angel of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Ms. Kane, number 6, owned by Jonathan Therio, Robert Poirier, and Raymond Primo, trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy drives. Red Dirt Legacy number 7, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. 8 is JJ Nicky, owned by Jamie McKinley, Jeff Lilly and Blair McLaughlin. Jeff Lilly does the training, driven by Jacob Sweet. 9 FR Millie has been scratched. You have 4 minutes wagering time on tonight's opener. Welcome to Red Shores Summerside and the start of the I'll Pick 5 with the $2,000 guaranteed pool and the low 15% takeout. Rocky Skirwin is next from the HBI broadcast desk.
And there's a look at our I'll Pick 5 tickets. You see I'm going with the 2 Ladies Wish in the first race. Race 2, the 4, Salzburg Picca. Race 3, the 6, Salzburg Bolt. From race 4, the 5, Arthur Idlam. And race 5, rounding it out with the 5, Rosetown Eclipse. Backstretch beat going 22655. Vance Classifier's choice is 22653. Good luck and get in the I'll Pick 5. Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. First half of the daily double. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Also, it's the start of the guaranteed 20-cent I'll Pick 5. Scratches of numbers 3 and 9. There's a look at my top selection. That's the 2 Ladies Wish, 3-year-old bay filly by Better Than Cheddar for Charles, Maxime, and Daniel Gaudreau. Taylor Doyle, the trainer, and Corey McPherson will do the driving. First lifetime start for this filly tonight. Qualified here last Tuesday night from post 2. Finished third, just beat a length. Race time 2:01.4, 30-3 closing quarter. Taylor Doyle was in the bike. Good spot to lead from tonight. Ladies Wish and Corey McPherson, 3-4. And there's a look at the rail sitter in here. Salzbrook Desi, 2-year-old bay filly by Somewhere Fancy for Greyland Farm of Stratford and Joseph Gamba of Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. Lenny Myers is the trainer and Adam Murner will do the driving. Qualified at Charlottetown June the 12th from post 5. Was a winner by 4 3/4 lengths in 2:03 closing it out. In 30-1, our first 2-year-old to debut here this season at Red Shore Summerside is Salzbrook Desi and Adam Murner, 5-2. And there we see the 4, Moonbound, moves into position with the scratch of the 3. 3-year-old bay filly by Bet the Moon for Greg Kirby of Sydney and Nathaniel Smith of Holden, Maine. Chris Davies, the trainer, with David Dowling in the driver's seat. Scratched last Tuesday night, but the start before that was the Tuesday before, June the 3rd, left from post 6, finished 6. Race time, 2 minutes, 4/5, closing it out. In 30-3 for David Dowling, 6th lifetime start for Moonbound with David Dowling, 3-1. Countdown clock is in for tonight's opener. Scratch down to a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Red Shore starting gate. Let's head upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Salzbrook Desi, Ladies Wish, Moonbound, Spinelli, Ms. Kane, Red Dirt Legacy, and J.J. Nicky scratched down to a field of 7 in the Tuesday opener at Summerside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Ralph and pacing. Moonbound is the first one out. Ladies Wish out the rail second. From the outside, a Red Dirt Legacy. Entering the turn from third. Along the rail, that's the 2-year-old. Salzbrook Desi fourth. Dropped in to be fifth is J.J. Nicky. Racing from 6, Spinelli, and the trailer, Ms. Kane. That'll be a Lady's Wish who's going to lead it early in line to Corey McPherson. Second, that is Moonbound, or way third. Red Dirt Legacy at long odds. Fourth is Salzbrook Desi. Then racing from 5th is J.J. Nicky. On the cone, Spinelli 6th. The trailer 7th. Ms. Kane 29. And 4 was the front quarter. Straight alignment as they come off the paddock turn for the first time. They're all chasing. Ladies Wish in here coming towards the opening half mile. Moonbound is second. That is Red Dirt Legacy third. Fourth is Salzbrook Desi. Then in 5th is J.J. Nicky. Spinelli goes 6th. Ms. Kane is 7th. They're halfway home in the first, led by Ladies Wish and McPherson in 59 and 4. Moonbound is tracking second, gapping out third, Red Dirt Legacy. Moving out fourth is Salzbrook Desi. 5th is J.J. Nicky. Then Spinelli is 6th, and the trailer, Ms. Kane, the 3/4, the next stop, and Ladies Wish will get them there. Moonbound on her back, coming to the outside second, third, and moving up, that is Salzbrook Desi. 3/4 and 90 seconds flat with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Moonbound strikes the lead, turning home. Salzbrook Desi on the outside second, back to third. That's Ladies Wish. Fourth on the inside, Red Dirt Legacy. On the wire they come next. Moonbound, Salzbrook Desi, and the 2-year-old filly got there for murder. Second, Moonbound. Might have been J.J. Nicky up third, and the time for the mile in 1:59.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's opener. I almost picked this one horse to win this race, but a 2-year-old, first lifetime start, I didn't. So anyway, going to the front tonight was Corey McPherson. With his charge, Ladies Wish from post 2, 29-4, 59-4 to the half. Going to 3/4, Moonbound popped into the 2-hole, went right around 130 to that mark. Here's the stretch drive, Moonbound on the inside, Salzbrook Desi on the outside, and the 2-year-old Somewhere Fancy filly is going to get up to win this one. Salzbrook Desi, nice maiden record of 159-4. Adam Erner in the bike for the win. Moonbound in there for second, J.J. Nicky third. So it's 1-4-8 unofficially in the opener. We'll see Salzbrook Desi and Adam Erner in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner Circle next.
2025 is the first crop. Former Gold Cup and Saucer winner Somewhere Fancy. This filly looked impressive today. Excellent gait, and she'll go to the winner's circle in her par mutual debut. Salzburg Desi Bay pacing filly 2 years by Somewhere Fancy off the Sportswriter Dam Southwind Oasis. Owned by Greyland Farm of Stratford and Joseph Campbell, Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. Bred by the Salzburg Stable and Rebecca Hamilton. Trained by Lenny Myers. Adam Murner is in the driver's seat. Puts a maiden record on her tonight of 159-4. Salzburg Desi in tonight's opener.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2025 stallion lineup, featuring some of the top pacing and trotting sires in Atlantic Canada. This year's roster includes Malicious, Keystone Velocity, Muscle Through It, Somewhere Fancy, and Carouser. A special shout out to Malicious, the proven champion sire, whose offspring have earned over $4.3 million and continue to dominate tracks across the Maritimes. Plus, Somewhere Fancy's first crop is set to hit the track in 2025, and the excitement is just getting started. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results in the first race. Salzburg Desi the winner. Ladies Wish fourth. Fernhill Java was scratched. Moonbound finished second. Spinelli was fifth. Ms. Kane seventh. Red Dirt Legacy was sixth. JJ Nicky finished third. FR Millie was scratched. The fractions went 29-4, 59-4, 130, and the mile 159-4. In review, it's 1-4 scratched, 2-5-7, 6-3 scratched. Salzburg Desi 770 to win. Exactor 4770. Triactor 527.30. Superfecta 81.68.
HPI PEI customers and players across the country who wager $25 or more per card will receive 5% cash back on Tuesdays in June, right here at Red Shore Summerside. HPI PEI players will also receive a ballot for a chance to win a $500 rebate. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's second race. I like a 4-2-3 in here. Backstretch beat likes 2-1-4. And the classifier's choices 2-4-1 in tonight's second race in 7 minutes. And the Prince County Horsemen's Club 2025 memberships are now due. They can be purchased at the Win Place and Show Canteen located in the paddock, as well as the souvenir booth located on the north end of the grandstand. In order to be eligible for awards, you must have your memberships paid by August 31st. And don't forget to get your 50-50 draw tickets tonight. Thank you to Stephen Arsenault and Island Hemp Services for co-sponsoring our 50-50.
$5,000 claiming paces on the second race post for 8 Starships Alicia number 1. Paul Angel driving for owner-trainer Kyle Williams of Coleman. Run for the money, 2, owned by Scott Green of North Knoll Road, Nova Scotia, and Jeff Lilly of Charlottetown, trained by Chris McKay. Tonight, Corey McPherson. Pam number 3, Von Doyle of Charlottetown owns and trains. David Dowling drives. 4, Salisbrook Pika, owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tommy Weatherby. Brody McPhee up. Raised on Blacktop number 5, owned by Windermere Farms, Lana Murphy, Clive Balderson, and Matt Burke. Trained by Earl Watts, driven by Adam Murner. 4 minutes to post time. Back down to Rocky with details on the Governor's Plate second chance draw.
Thank you, Vince. The Governor's Plate second chance draws back right here at Red Shore Summerside. On live race days here in Summerside, customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drum for a chance to win the grand prize, which includes 1 table of 4 at the West End Bar and Grill and Governor's Plate night, 1 night hotel stay, in-room welcome basket, 4 race programs and wagering vouchers, plus $500 cash. The grand prize draw is here July 1st. Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. Exactor, Superfecta, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, win in place. No show wagering in here. Landing on the 4, Salisbrook Pika. 4-year-old bay mare by Malicious for David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford. Tommy Weatherby trains with Brody McPhee in the driver's seat. Last start was here last Tuesday night. Left from post 3 and finished second. Just beat by half a length. Race timed 1:58.4. Closed it out in 28.2. The start before that here was the Tuesday before, June the 3rd. Left from post 6. Wire-to-wire winner by half a length in 1:59.4. Closed it out in 30.1 for Brody McPhee. 7 lifetime wins, 1:58.3 record taken last year at Charlottetown. Post 4 tonight for Salisbrook Pika with Brody McPhee. Good odds, 11-1. And there we see the 2 run for the money. 5-year-old bay mare by Sports Writer for Scott Green of North Knoll Road, Nova Scotia. Jeff Lilly of Charlottetown. Chris McKay trains. Corey McPherson in the driver's seat. Last start last Tuesday night here. Left from post 2 was a winner by half a length in 1:58 and 4. Closed it out in 28 and 4. 9 lifetime wins with a record of 1:58 and 2 taken last year at Truro Raceway. Run for the money from post 2 with Corey McPherson, 6-1. And there we see the 3 newcomer to Prince Edward Island, Pam, 4-year-old bay mare by Captain Crunch for Von Doyle of Charlottetown, who also trains. David Dowling in the driver's seat, comes from Woodbine Mohawk Park, May the 29th. Left on the rail and finished 6th. Race time 1:55 and 4, closing it out in 29 and 4 for Tyler Borth. 2 wins last season from 25 tries, 1:54 and 3 record taken at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Pam, post 3 with David Dowling, your current choice at 1-9. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for tonight's second race. Win in place, no show wagering in here. Starship's Elisa, Paul Angel on the rail at 28-1. Run for the money 2 and Corey McPherson at 5-1. Pam, 3 and David Dowling, your current choice at 1-9. The 4, Salzbrook Pika and Brody McPhee at 8-1. And Raised on Blacktop with Adam Murner, 19-1. Now 13-1. That's your field for tonight's second race. Field of 5. Good luck with your plays. Countdown clock is in for tonight's second race. A field of 5 lining up in behind the Red Shore starting gate. Let's head upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Starship's Alicia, Run for the Money, Pam, Salzbrook Peak, and Raised on Blacktop. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Off off and pacing Salisbrook Pika, the first one out, raised on Blacktop to her outside. Then the third one to the turn, run for the money along the rail, Starships Alicia fourth. Then the trailer, that'll be Pam as they round the turn, swing on by the opening eight. They're led to the quarter by Salisbrook Pika. In line to Brody McPhee, tucked away with a two-hole ride. The longest shot on the board, raised on Blacktop. Then in third, run for the money. Fourth is Starships Alicia. Trailing the field, the post-time favorite, that is Pam. On by the opening quarter mile, the field of five, led by Salisbrook Pika. It was 30 and 1 at the quarter. Raised on Blacktop is second, around the turn in mid-pack third, run for the money. Fourth is Starships Alicia. Pam is the trailer fifth, and down the stretch they come, the compact field of five, and Pam, she got fancy, stepping big time in the backfield as they arrive at the midway point, led by Salisbrook Pika. Racing second, raised on Blacktop, then third, that's run for the money. Fourth, Starships Alicia. Pam, the trailer, 101 and 2 the half mile. McPhee has his own way here on the front end, 3/8 of a mile left to go. The leader, Salisbrook Pika, second. Up on the outside, here to run for the money underway. Third at the rail, raised on Blacktop. Right with the leaders, fourth. That is Starships Alicia, and Pam has dropped out of it as they go by three-quarters. Salisbrook Pika still there. She was the three-quarter leader in 1:31 and 3. With an eighth of a mile left to go, Salisbrook Pika will lead them home. Run for the money second, raised on Blacktop. Way wide, that's Starships Alicia. Deep in the stretch now, it's Salisbrook Pika to take Brody McPhee all the way. Second, that goes to run for the money. It looks like Starships Alicia third. And the time for the mile, 1:59.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. We saw Salisbrook Pika and Brody McPhee go right down the road, 30 and 1, the half in 101 and 2, down to three-quarters in 131 and 3, and here's the stretch drive. Salisbrook Pika, run for the money. On the outside, Starships Alicia at the rail is raised on Blacktop. Top four of them across the track here, but wire-to-wire winner for Salisbrook Pika with Brody McPhee. That's her 8th lifetime win, second of the season. In for second, run for the money with Starships Alicia third. So it is 4-2-1 unofficially in the second. We'll see Salisbrook Pika and Brody McPhee in the winner's circle next.
Salisbrook Pika goes to the Woodmere Standardbreds winners circle in tonight's second race. She's a bay-pacing mare for the daughter of militias off the well-said dam. Heads up Hanover. Owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford, bred by the Salisbrook Stables of Nova Scotia. Trained by Tommy Weatherby, driven to victory by Brody McPhee. Time of the mile in 1:59 and 4. She'll close it out in 28 and 1. Salisbrook Pika in tonight's second.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results in the second race: Starship's Alicia third. Run for the Money was second. Pam finished fifth. Salzburg Pica, the race winner. Raised on Blacktop finished fourth. Fractions went 30 and 1, 101 and 2, 131 and 3, and the mile time in 159 and 4. In review, 325 14. Salzburg Pica paid $12.10 to win. The exactor was $15. The triactor $68.60. Superfecta paid $18, and the Salzburg Stable Daily Double paid $40.40.
Red Shores Racing is a full menu of wagering options for the 2025 racing season. Customers can play the I'll Pick 5 with the $2,000 guaranteed pool, 2 Super I5s, and a new Late Pick 4 with a $1,000 guaranteed pool. The I'll Pick 5, Super High 5, and Late Pick 4 feature an industry low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming third race. Note the scratch of number 4, Makita. Now my picks are 6-7-3, backstretch beat going 6-7-5. Classifier's choice is 6-7. He has the 4 in there, but note the 4 is scratch. Equipment change on the 2 in tonight's third race. Chromed up, goes from blind to blinkers. Third race, 7 minutes.
James Rains on the third race parade, owned, trained, and driven by Jacob Sweet of O'Leary. Two chromed up, owned by Mark Glenn and Craig Arsenault of Summerside, trained by Chris McKay, Paul Langell driving. Timberley Duke, number 3, owned by George Riley of Summerside and Ian Tate of St. Andrews, Nova Scotia, trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy up. For Makita has been scratched. Number 5 is Starship Destiny, owned by Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett. Kyle DeRoche trains and drives. Salzburg Bolt, number 6, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, David Dowling drives. Number 7, Wizard, owned by Kent Williams of Ellerslie, trained by Alan McDonald. That's Adam Murner. 4 minutes to post time. The $50,000 Governor's Plate is set for Saturday, July 19th, and proudly presented by title sponsor, Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
The Governor's Plate is Summerside's race celebrating champions for over 50 years and making memories that last a lifetime.
Menelo on top. Menelo wins the Governor's Plate.
Acapulco and Barrio have won the Governor's Plate.
Walter Simmons, it's your time. Monty McGuire wins Governor's Plate 52.
Be a part of something special this summer on Prince Edward Island. It all happens in July from Summerside PEI. The Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
That'll be here before you know it. Let's go out to the track for tonight's third race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Don't forget the equipment change on number 2. Chromed up goes from blind to blinkers. There's a look at the 6, Salzburg Bolt. 3-year-old bay gelding by Sports Writer for Renison Racing Incorporated of Truro, Nova Scotia. George Renison, the trainer. David Dowling in the driver's seat. Last start was here last Tuesday night. Left from post 5, finished second, just got beat by 3/4 of a length. Race time 1:58.1, closing it out in 29.2 for Brady Sweet. Has a win right here 3 starts ago. That was on May 25th from post 2, winner by 2 lengths in 2 minutes and 4/5. That was a maiden record, closed it out in 30 seconds flat for David Dowling. Salzburg Bolt will move into position with the scratch of the 4. Right now 2-5. There's a look at the 7, Wizard. 4-year-old bay gelding by Stonebridge Terror for Kent Williams of Ellerslie. Alan McDonald, the trainer. Adam Erner back in the bike. Last start was last Tuesday night. Left on the rail and finished third. Race timed 1:58.3, closing it out 29.3 for Adam Erner. The start before that, Tuesday, June the 3rd. Left from post 2 was a winner by 3/4 of a length in 1:57.1. Closed it out 29.4. That was his third lifetime win. Wizard, post 7 with Adam Erner, looks to double up in the bike tonight, 2-1. And there we see the 3, Timberley Duke. 3-year-old bay gelding by Malicious for George Riley and Ian Tate. Joe Baxter trains. Kenny Murphy will do the driving. Started here last Tuesday night. Left from post 2. Cut it all out. Finished second. Race time 1:59.3. 31 seconds on the end of it. Took his maiden record last season as a 2-year-old. 2 minutes 4/5 at Truro Raceway. Timberley Duke with Kenny Murphy aboard. Post 3. 6-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's third race. James Rains on the rail and Jacob Sweet on your screen right now at 12-1. The 2, Chromed Up and Paul Angel at 6-1. Timberly Duke 3 and Kenny Murphy at 9-2. Makita is scratched. The 5, Starship Destiny with Kyle Darash on your screen right now, 24-1. Salzburg Bolt leaves 6 and David Dowling at 1-2. And the 7, Wizard with Adam Murner at 2-1. That's the field for tonight's third race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's third race. Scratched down to a field of 6, lining up in behind the Red Shore starting gate. And Vance got to give a big congratulations to Kenny Murphy on his big win Saturday night with Save America in 151. Up to you for the call.
Oh, you talk about all smiles, Rock. Was he ever the happiest of happy guys down in Charlottetown Saturday? Congratulations, Kenny. They're on the third with James Rains, Chromed Up, Timberly Duke, Starship Destiny, Salzburg Bolt, Wizard. Here they come. Rough and pacing, leaving out Timberly Duke along the rail, James Rains, and joining them from the outside, that's Salzburg Bolt, third around the turn to get away fourth, Chromed Up, fifth, that is Starship Destiny, and the trailer is Wizard. So the quarter pole bound, led by Timberly Duke and Kenny Murphy, and that lead is short-lived. Driving on the outside, the heavy favorite Salzburg Bolt for David Dowling take over as they arrive at the quarter. Timberly Duke now second, James Rains third, Chromed Up are racing fourth, Starship Destiny fifth, followed by the trailer, who is Wizard. 28-3 was the front quarter, a 2-length leader at 3/8. That is Salzburg Bolt. Racing from second, Timberly Duke. At the rail, third is James Rains. Chromed Up continuing fourth. Then fifth is Starship Destiny. Wizard continuing to trail. They're halfway home, led by Salzburg Bolt and Dowling. Racing from second, Timberly Duke. Third along the rail, James Rains. 57-4 was the half mile by the 5/8 pole. They're rolling along in here, led by Salzburg Bolt. Second is Timberly Duke. Back into third, James Rains. Going to the outside, fourth is Chromed Up. Wizard takes over fifth, and at the rail, Starship Destiny, the trailer. They're by 3/4. Salzburg Bolt continuing to lead. Timberly Duke is second. Chromed Up is now third. The 3/4 in 1:27-2 with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. That's Salzburg Bolt turning home. Timberly Duke second. Chromed Up grinding away here. 3 wide, deep stretch. Now here's Chromed Up on the outside. Salzburg Bolt still there. Salzburg Bolt for Dowling. Tight for the deuce. Timberly Duke on the inside. Up against Chromed Up in a place picture. Time for the mile in 1:57.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race. And we saw Salzburg Bolt and David Dowling get to the front around the quarter in 28-3, the half up in 57-4, down to the 3/4 in 1:27-2. And here is the stretch drive. Great shot by Universal Media. We see Salzburg Bolt in the middle. Down along the inside, that's Timberley Duke, and the chromed up on the outside. They're battling to the line here, but Salzbrook Bolt is going to get up to win this one. Chromed up went a big trip tonight. In there for second. Up for third is the 3, Timberley Duke, 6-2-3. Unofficially in tonight's third race, we're going to see Salzbrook Bolt and David Dowling. They're heading to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle, and that's the third Salzbrook horse in a row to win here tonight, the first 3 races.
Well, Mr. McNeil over in Nova Scotia, if he's watching online tonight, pretty proud of his horses in the winner's circle tonight here in Summerside. As my colleague Mr. Skierman just mentioned, here is the third Salzbrook winner on this Tuesday night in Summerside. This time, Salzbrook Bolt. Bay Pacing Gelding 3 by Sports Rider from the Sunbeach Somewhere Dam, Heroin, Hanover. Owned by Renison Racing of Truro, bred by the Salzbrook Stable and Louis Williger. Trained by George Renison, David Dowling guides him to a new record of 157 and 4. Salzbrook Bolt in the third.
This race replay on Channel 2 on your in-house monitor is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic Inc. Mention this ad and receive $20 off your first order of 500 or more full-color business cards. Syntrack, 59 Watts Avenue in the Business Park.
Now the official results in the third race: James Rain 6, Chromed Up 2nd, Timberley Duke 3rd, Makita was scratched, Starship Destiny 5th, Salzbrook Bolt the winner, Wizard finished 4th, fractions of 28 and 3, 57 and 4, 127 and 2, and the mile in 157 and 4. In review, it's 6-2-3, scratched 514. Salzbrook Bolt paid $280. The exactor $24.60. Triactor $68.20. Superfecta $9.34.
Don't forget to get your 50-50 draw tickets. Lynn is up here right now in the Oval. Tonight's 50-50 proceeds will go to Gunnar Dickinson's family, who was killed in Woodstock Raceway on the weekend. Donations can be made at the Wynn Place and Show Canteen, located in the paddock, and at the 50-50 booth, located on the north end of the grandstand. And once again, a thank you to Stephen Arsenault and Island Hemp Services for co-sponsoring our 50-50. Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for Prince Edward Island customers this spring and summer meet. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points. You can convert those points to cash or earn points for other exciting offers, Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI Rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's fourth race, a field of 8. I like a 5-6-2 in here. Backstretch beat going 5-1-2. And the classifier's choice is 5-2-6 in the fourth race in 9 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this fourth race, now entering the track, we do have a late scratch. Number 3, Elm Grove Tux will not go. In the fourth race, scratch number 3, Elm Grove Tux. Refunds available. Maiden Pacers in the fourth race. Twin Turbo Diesel number 1 owned by Joe Baxter, Marion and Joanne Stewart. Joe does the trading. Kenny Murphy drives. 2 Hockey's Deo, Jacob Sweet training and driving for the Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. 3 Elm Grove Tux was a late scratch. 4 Jack Ryan, owned and trained by Donald Sweet of Alary. Brody McPhee drives. 5 is Arthur Idlam, owned by Gaston Idlam from Bathurst, New Brunswick, trained by Greg McGinnis, Ryan Durage. Shill Hanover 6, owned by 3 Silly Fillies of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. 7 is Highlander, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady is the trainer driver. 8 is Axo Noble, owned by Jeff Valley of Thornton, Ontario, and Michael Bailey of Morel, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. Miles Senior's above the wheels. 4 minutes to post time. Just a friendly reminder to customers that Red Shore Super High 5 comes up in race number 5 and race 15 tonight.
And there is the place photo from tonight's third race. Seeing chromed up on the outside, just nipping Timberley Duke on the line. That's a great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. And there is the photo for fourth with Wizard just by a nostril over the 5, Starship's Destiny. Let's head out to the track for tonight's fourth race. Note the scratch of the 3, Elm Grove Tux, a late scratch in here. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win place, and show wagering. Scratch down the field of 7. There is the top selection. That's the 5, Arthur Idlam. 3-year-old brown gelding by Arthur Blue Chip for Gestion Idlam of Incorporated of Bathurst, New Brunswick. Greg McGinnis trains. Ryan DeRoche will do the driving. Last started here last Tuesday night from post 3. Finished second. Race timed 1:58.4 with a closing quarter of 29.2. Just a 5th lifetime start for this 3-year-old tonight. Looking for that maiden win. It's Arthur Idlam with Ryan DeRoche, 2-1. There we see the 6, Shill Hanover, 3-year-old bay gelding by betting line for 3 Silly Fillies of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Angel, the trainer driver, started here last Tuesday night from post 2 and finished 4th. 1:59.1, closing quarter 28.4 for Paul Angel. Just the 8th lifetime start for this 3-year-old by betting line. Looking for that maiden win. Shill Hanover, Paul Angel, 9-5. And there we see the 2, Hawkish Deo, 4-year-old bay horse by McWickett for Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet is the trainer driver. Last Tuesday night, left in the back tier from post 9 and finished 3rd. 1:59 flat, 29.1 on the end of it. 6th lifetime start, and they're all this season. For the 2, Hawkish Deo with Jacob Sweet, 9-2. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for tonight's 4th race. Scratch down a field of 7. Twin B Turbo Diesel and Ken Murphy on the rail at 2-1. Your current choice on the board, the 2 Hawkish Deo and Jacob Sweet at 9-2. The 3 Elm Grove Tux, late scratch. Jack Ryan, 4 and Brody McPhee at 11-1. The 5 Arthur Idlam and Ryan DeRoche, 2-1. Shill Hanover, 6 and Paul Angel, also 2-1. Highlander is 7 with Brady Sweet at all 9s on the board. And the 8 Axo Noble with Miles Heffernan Sr. at 13-1. That's the field for tonight's 4th race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's fourth race. Scratch down to a field of 7, lining up in behind the Red Shore starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Twin Turbo Diesel, Hockey's Dale, Jack Ryan, Arthur Idlam, Shill Hanover, Highlander, and Axo Noble. Top of the stretch. Fourth race, ready for a start. Rough and pacing Arthur Idlam, the first one out. Second is Hockey's Dale towards the rail. Twin Turbo Diesel third. From the outside, Jack Ryan goes fourth. Highlander takes over fifth. Shill Hanover goes sixth. The early trailer, Axo Noble is seventh. On the back stretch, they go to the opening quarter, led by Arthur Idlam. In line to Ryan DeRaj. Second, that's Hockey's Dale. Then in third is Twin Turbo Diesel. Mid-pack fourth is Jack Ryan. Highlander goes fifth. That's Shill Hanover sixth. And trailing the field seventh, Axo Noble. On by the opening quarter mile, led by Arthur Idlam in 30. And 2, the lead almost 3. Second is Hockey's Deo. Around the turn third, Twin Turbo Diesel. Fourth is Jack Ryan. That's Highlander fifth. Racing from 6 is Shill Hanover. And the trailer to the outside, Axo Noble is seventh. They're halfway home in the fourth, led by Arthur Idlam. Hockey's Dio continues second, followed by Twin Turbo Diesel. He looks after third. Jack Ryan is fourth, the half mile in 1 minute and 3. Racing from fifth is Highlander. Axo Noble takes over sixth. Now the trailer, Shill Hanover. To the backstretch they go for the second and final time. 3/4 coming next. Arthur Idlam the leader. Second is Hockey's Dale. Twin Turbo Diesel. Upset minded on the outside third. Well back, and I mean well back fourth is Jack Ryan. Axo Noble fifth. 3 high in 6 is Shill Hanover. Highlander now the trailer. 3/4 in 1:30. And 3 arriving at the 7/8 led by Arthur Idlam turning home. On the outside, Twin Turbo Diesel along the rail in third. Hockey's Deo. Deep stretch. Now Arthur Idlam will take Ryan DeRaj on top at every call tonight. Hockey's Deo second. Twin Turbo Diesel third. And the time for the mile in 1:59.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fourth race. Arthur Idlam, as expected, goes right down the road, 30 and 2, the half in a minute 3, down to 3/4 in 1:30 and 3, and here's the stretch drive. Great shot by Matthew McLean at Universal Media as he has Arthur Idlam in his sights here, coming down to the line. And he will win it in 1:59 and 4. That's a maiden record. Ryan DeRaj in the bike for the win. Hawkish Deo set the 2-hole, gets in there for second with Twin Turbo Diesel. Big effort from him in there for third. So it's 5-2-1 unofficially in tonight's fourth race. And we're going to see Arthur Idlam and Ryan DeRaj in the winner's circle next.
Arthur Idlam goes to the fourth race winner's circle, pacing Brown Gelding 3 years by Arthur Blue Chip from the Alley's Western Dam, Warden Woody. Owned by Gestian Idlam Incorporated of Bathurst, New Brunswick, bred by Elmer Folland. Trained by Greg McGinnis, Ryan DeRoche put the colt on top at every call to a maiden record tonight of 159 and 4. Arthur Idlam wires the fourth.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results in the fourth race: Twin Turbo Diesel third, Hockey's Deo was second, Elm Grove Tux was scratched. Jack Ryan finished sixth. Arthur Idlam, the race winner. Shill Hanover fourth. Highlander finished fifth. Axo Noble was seventh. Fractions went 30 and 2, 1 minute 3. 1:30 and 3. The mile in 1:59 and 4. In review, 3-2 scratched. 6-1-4. 5-7. Arthur Idlam 720 to win. The Exactor 1030, Triactor 3590, and the Superfectus 722.
Join us for lunch at the West End Bar and Grill, located in the lower level of Red Shore Summerside. The West End Bar and Grill features delicious daily specials, including favorites, fish and chips, and Southwest chicken wrap. For more information and to check out the menu, visit Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's fifth race. Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. I like 513, as does Backstretch Beat. Classifiers choices 315 in tonight's fifth race in 6 minutes.
Delicious on the fifth race post freight, owned by Dale and Gordon McLean, Stephen Downey and Wade Piccone. Daryl McLean trains and drives. 2, Mr. William, 1 with Suzanne McKeegan and Mike James, trained by Blaine McKenna, Ryan DeRoche. 3, Salisbury Gunner is owned by Herman McQuaid, Mike May, and Krista Dunsford, out of Murder Training and Driving. 4 is Brookdale Layton, owned by Douglas and Doug Polly of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Pooker McCollum, Paul Angels up. 5, Rosetown Eclipse, owned by the Rosetown Stable, Jimmy Gorman and Mike Gorman, Corey McPherson, training and driving. Windermere Joel, number 6, owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson, Clive Balderson, and Mike Curry, trained by Earl Watts, Brody McPhee drives. Don't Come Looking is 7, owned by Harold, Ariane, and Angeli Duguay of Pablos, Quebec, trained by Chris Davies, David Dowling. Number 8 is DJ Dragon, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford and Chucky Sines of Spring Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, Brady Sweets in the sulky. Only 2 minutes wagering time on race number 5. Just 2 minutes to post time, and Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 of the night. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. And Rocco looked over, I seen your top 3, I'm right on board with you. I like 5 Rosetown Eclipse, over the 1 Delicious, then the 3 Salisbury Gunner. I went to the 4 Brookdale Layton for 4th and closed it out with the 7 Don't Come Looking. I went 5, 1, 3, 4, 7. Rocky, your choices.
Same numbers and the same triactor, but then we flip-flopped the last 2 there. I went with the 5, the 1, and the 3, and then I went with the 7 Don't Come Looking. He was a winner last week, and then I put the 4 Brookdale Layton in there for 5th, so I'm going 5, 1, 3, 7, 4. Good luck with your selections in the Super High 5. Still some time to make your selections here for tonight's 5th race. Full field of 8 in here. Super High 5 time, exactor, triactor, win, place, and show, and the 20-cent Super High 5. Let's have a look at the odds board. There is Delicious on your screen. Daryl McLean, a winner last week in 158, 6-1. Mr. William 2 and Ryan DeRoche at 10-1. The 3 Salisbury Gunner and Adam Murner at 6-1. Brookdale Layton is the 4 and Paul Angel at 15-1. Rosetown Eclipse and Corey McPherson, your current choice on the board at 3-5. Windermere Joel is 6 and Brody McPhee at 15-1. Don't Come Looking 7 for David Dowling at 3-1. And the 8 DJ Dragon on your screen right now with Brady Sweet. All 9s on the board. That's the field for tonight's 5th race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's fifth race. It's super high five time. Field of 8 lining up in behind the Red Shore starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Dilicious, Mr. Williams, Salisbrook Gunner. Brookdale, Layton, Rosetown, Eclipse, Windermere, Joel. Don't Come Looking, and DJ Dragon is outside. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Rough and pacing Brookdale Layton from the center, leaving out. Dilicious along the rail. Rosetown Eclipse is the third one around the turn. To get away fourth, Mr. William. Up fifth from the outside, Windermere Joel. Sixth is Salisbury Gunner. Then Don't Come Looking, and the trailer. DJ Dragon, Brookdale Layton for Paul Angel take over the lead. They're long shot leaders. It's short-lived. Dilicious comes into the 2-hole, and he'll retake the lead at the quarter. Dilicious is clear for Darrell McLean. Second, that is Brookdale Layton. Then third up the rail is Rosetown Eclipse. They went 28 and 2 to the quarter. Racing from fourth is Windermere Joel along the rail fifth. That is Salisbury Gunner racing from sixth. As they come off the turn, check fifth. That's Mr. William. Then it's Salisbury Gunner, followed then by Don't Come Looking and the trailer, DJ Dragon. They're at the midway point here in the Super High Five, led by Dilicious. Brookdale Layton goes second. Rosetown Eclipse third. Moving fourth on the outside, Windermere Joel is underway. 58 and 4 was the half mile. Moving around the turn, approaching 5/8. Dilicious the leader. Second is Brookdale Layton on the outside third. Windermere Joel. That's a Rosetown Eclipse along the rail fourth. Back into fifth, Mr. William. Salisbury Gunner finding a way out sixth. Don't Come Looking seventh. DJ Dragon is eighth. The 3/4 in the books. Dilicious was the leader at that station in 1:28 and 4. Second, that is Brookdale Layton. Rosetown Eclipse up the inside third. Salisbury Gunner fourth. They're homeward bound. Dilicious the leader. Brookdale Layton on the outside. In at the rail third, Rosetown Eclipse. Dilicious came to play. He's a winner for Darrell McLean. Second is Brookdale Layton. Rosetown Eclipse up the inside third. It's Dilicious in the Super High Five. 1:57 for that.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fifth race. Dilicious looked really good tonight. 28-2 the half and 58 and 4. Down to the 3/4 in 1:28 and 4. And here is the stretch drive. Great shot by Matthew McLean at Universal Media. Gets his uncle on the camera here with Dilicious. Back-to-back jacks here. 157 flat. Another new race win record for this 3-year-old colt by Malicious. Up for second, that is the 4, Brookdale Layton. And in for third's the 5, Rosetown Eclipse. So it is 1, 4, 5 unofficially in the fifth. We'll see Dilicious and Darrell McLean in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner Circle next.
There's Dilicious going to the Woodmere Standardbred's winner's circle here in the 5th race. Bay Pacing Colties 3 by Malicious from the Mach 3 Dam Private Die. Owned by Darrell and Gordon McLean, Stephen Downey, and Wade Piccone. Wade Piccone is the breeder. Darrell McLean training and driving the colt to a new record tonight, 157. Dilicious in the Super High Five.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in race 5. Dilicious the winner. Mr. Williams 6th. Salzburg Gunner 4th. Brookdale Layton was 2nd. Rosetown Eclipse finished 3rd. Windermere Joel was 5th. Don't Come Looking finished 8th. DJ Dragon was 7th. The fractions went 28 and 2, 58 and 4, 128 and 4, the mile 157. In review 164, 235, 87. Dilicious paid $770 to win. The exactor $53.30, triactor $118, and the super high five was out there, returning $339.14.
Red Shores is proud to present HPI PEI players an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine, Standardbred, and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI bet points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 6th race. Note there's no show wagering in here. I'm going 5-3-2. Backstretch beat likes 5-2-3. Classifier's choices 5-2-1 in tonight's 6th in 5 minutes.
Thinking of Eddie on the 6th race parade, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady Sweet trains and drives. 2 is Timberly Lady, Jacob Sweet, training and driving for the Timberly Standardbreds of Alberton. Czar's Piece of Heaven, number 3, owned by Tammy Johnson of 10 Mile House, trained by Greg Weatherby. Paul Angel drives. 4, Love Party, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna, Corey McPherson. 5 is Lady Lamurai, owned by Marcia Knox of Stanhope. Adam Murner trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please. The management and staff with Red Shores, Prince County Horsemen's Club, and the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association would like to pass along our deepest condolences to the family of Gunnar Dickinson. Little Gunnar passed away Saturday, and our harness racing family is sending our thoughts and prayers at this difficult time. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please rise for a moment of silence for the late Gunnar Dickinson. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And ladies and gentlemen, the Prince County Horsemen's Club and the Sales and Promotions Committee will be donating their portion of tonight's 50-50. We will also have a donation jar set up in the Win Place and Show Canteen located in the paddock, as well as at the 50-50 booth located on the north end of the grandstand. Heading up to the track for tonight's 6th race, Exactor, Win Place wagering, no show wagering, 20-cent superfecta, and triactor wagering as well. There's the top selection. That's the 5, Lady Lamurai. Free-legged 3-year-old brown filly by Arthur Bluechip from Marcia Knox of Stanhope. Adam Murner, the trainer and the driver, started here last Tuesday night. Left on the rail and finished second, just beat a length and a half. Race time 1:57 flat, closing it out in 28-3. Still looking for that first win of the season. Last season, 3 wins from 10 tries, over $14,000 in the bank, and a record of 159 flat taken at Charlottetown. She raced that though in the qualifier when she qualified in 158-1. So Lady Lamurai from post 5 with Adam Murner, even money. And there's the 3, Czar's Piece of Heaven, 4-year-old brown mare by Czar Seelster for Tammy Johnson of 10 Mile House. Todd Weatherby trains. Paul Angel will do the driving. Started here last Tuesday night from post 5. Finished 4th. Race timed 1:58 flat, closing it out in 28-4. 4 wins last season from 16 tries. 156-4 record taken at Charlottetown, and over $13,000 in the bank. Czar's Piece of Heaven with Paul Angel, 9-2. And there we see the 2, Timberly Lady. 4-year-old bay mare by Peng Shui for Timberly Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet, the trainer and the driver. Started here last Tuesday night, left 3 and finished 3. Race timed 1:57-3, closing it out in 29-3. 2 wins last season from 22 tries. Took a record of 158-2 right here at Summerside, and over $11,000 in the bank. Great spot to work from tonight. Timberly Lady with Jacob Sweet from post 2, 2-1. Countdown clock is in for tonight's sixth race, a field of 5. Lining up in behind the starting 8. Let's head back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Thinking of Eddie, Kimberly, Ladies, Irish Piece of Heaven, Love Party, and Lady Lamurai. They're on the gate here in the 6th. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Ralph and pacing Timberly Lady, the first one out, and off stride went Lady Lamurai. So it's Timberly Lady to take the lead. Second around the turn goes Thinking of Eddie. Love Party dropped in third, back into fourth. Czar's Piece of Heaven. Lady Lamurai back down pacing with a lot of work to do. On the back stretch for time 1. Arriving next at the opening quarter, Timberly Lady in line to Jacob Sweet is the fraction center. Thinking of Eddie goes second. Love Party is there third. Racing from fourth is Czar's Piece of Heaven, and the trailer, that is Lady Lamurai. They went 28 and 3 to that opening quarter mile as they round the paddock turn. Approaching the 3/8, led by Timberly Lady. 2-hole ride to Thinking of Eddie, then third at the rail, that's Love Party. Racing from fourth, Czar's Piece of Heaven. Lady Lamurai playing catch up the trailer. Halfway home, Timberly Lady, the midway point leader. Tracking in the 2-hole, that is Thinking of Eddie. Love Party's in third. Fourth is Czar's Piece of Heaven. Lady Lamurai has caught the field and trailing fifth, 59 and 1 for half a mile. On the backstretch, they go to 3/4 next, led by Timberly Lady. Second, that's Thinking of Eddie. Love Party's third. Fourth is Czar's Piece of Heaven. Lady Lamurai, the trailer, they're arriving at 3/4. Timberly Lady is still there. Thinking of Eddie along the rail second. Love Party is there on the outside third. Czar's Piece of Heaven. Lady Lamurai 1:29 and 1 was the 3/4, and they're in the home stretch now, led by Timberly Lady. Thinking of Eddie is second. Love Party third. Lady Lamurai fourth. On the wire next, Timberly Lady hangs on for Jacob Sweet. Second, that is Thinking of Eddie. Lady Lamurai rallied up the inside third. Time for the mile, 1:57 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's sixth race. Timberly Lady gets to the front, 28-3. The half up in 59 and 1, 3/4 in 129 and 1. And here is the shot by Universal Media. Great shot here. Timberly Lady with Thinking of Eddie, cousin Brady Sweet coming the outside there. Cousin of Jacob Sweets. They're going to battle the streets to the wire here. But Timberly Lady and Jacob Sweet are going to hang on to win this one in 1:57 and 1 last quarter, 28 seconds flat. New race win record for this 4-year-old mare. In for second, Thinking of Eddie, the free-legged mare. And for third, that is the 5, Lady Lamurai, recovered from a break and was way back at the start. Great recovery for third. So it's 2-1-5 unofficially in the 6th, and we'll see Timberly Lady and Jacob Sweet in the winner's circle next.
Timberly Lady going to the Woodmere Standardbred's winner's circle here in the 6th race. Pacing mare, the 4-year-old daughter of Pang Shui, is off the Stonebridge Regal Dam. Duchess Colleen. Home of the Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Bred by Jansen Sweet of O'Leary. Jacob Sweet training and driving. Put her on top of every call tonight. She'll get a new record off a closing quarter of 28 seconds flat, stopping the clock in 1:57.1. Timberley Lady in the sixth.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Here's the official results in race 6. Thinking of Eddie was second. Timberley Lady the winner. Czar's Piece of Heaven fifth. Love Party finished fourth. Lady Lamurai third. Fractions 28 and 3. 59 and 1. 129 and 1. The mile 157 and 1. From the top, your program reads 21543. Timberley Lady 1060 to win. The Exactor 3290, Triactor 5950, and the Superfecta 1417.
In tonight's seventh race, up and coming, number 5, Woodmere Sinatra. Equipment change, adds a Shady Daisy. The McDonald Family Pace is scheduled for Friday, August the 8th at Red Shore, Charlottetown. The race is open to 2-year-old pacing fillies that are 100% owned by Prince Edward Island residents at the time of nomination, declaration, and for the duration of the event, and that are not maritime sired or maritime foaled. Join us in August for the McDonald Family Pace at Red Shore, Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 7th race. Note the equipment change on the 5. Woodmere Sinatra adds a Shady Daisy. I'm going 4-5-8, but I could have just closed my eyes and picked one here because this was a really hard race to handicap. Backstretch beat going 4-3-5. Class first choices 4-5-3 in the 7th race in 7 minutes. Right now, the winner's share of the 50-50 is over $360. Don't forget to get your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight's proceeds will go to Gunnar Dickinson's family. Donations can be made at the Win Place and Show Canteen, located in the paddock, and at the 50-50 booth, located on the north end of the grandstand. And a thank you to Stephen Arsenault and Island Hemp Services for co-sponsoring our 50-50.
Seventh race on Post Parade, number 1, Bet the Bull, owned by Martin Keffner from Elmwood, Ontario, trained by James Barlow. Robbie Chappell drives. 2, Pineapple Express, Willie McKay of Breadalbin, owns, trains, and drives. 3 is J.J. Patrick, owned by Marco Lance and Ricky Armstrong of Summerside. Ricky does the training. Brady Sweet drives. 4, Hunger Pangs, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna, Corey McPherson. 5 is Woodmere Sinatra, owned by Jeff and Bob Skinner and Daniel Hiltz of Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. Hardy Mill Joe, number 6, owned by Hardy Mill Stable of Bedford, Nova Scotia, Jacob Sweet, trains and drives. 7 is Get Home Terry, owned by Edgar Stewart and Tyler McDonald of Ellerslie. Edgar is the trainer. Kenny Murphy driving. Number 8 is Grand Ave Legend. Adam Erner's in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Ralph Sweet of O'Leary. 3 minutes to post time. Rocky is next with information on the 2025 Home Hardware Maritime Breeders' Stake.
Thank you, Vance. The 2025 Home Hardware Maritime Breeders' Stake will take place at Redshores, Charlottetown. 2- and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October 23rd, followed by the 2- and 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies on Saturday, October 25th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 7th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Don't forget the equipment change on the 5. Woodmere Sinatra adds a Shady Daisy. There's a look at the 4, Hunger Pangs, 10-year-old bay gelding by Pang Shui for Suzanne McKagan of Halbert Bridge, Nova Scotia. Blaine McKenna trains and Corey McPherson in the bike. Second start of the season. Last start was June the 10th, last Tuesday night from post 3. Finished 6th. Race time 1:59.1, closed it out in 30 seconds flat. 2 wins last season from 12 tries. 1:56.4, season's best right here at Summerside. Hunger Pangs, second start of the season. Corey McPherson in the bike. Right now, your current choice at even money. And there's the 5, Woodmere Sinatra, 4-year-old bay gelding by Roll With It Harry for Jeff Skinner, Robert Skinner, and Daniel Hiltz. Jennifer Doyle, the trainer. David Dowling in the bike, started at Charlottetown on June the 7th, left from 7, finished 6th. Race timed 1:59.2, 29.4 on the end of it. 3 wins last season from 20 tries, 1:57.4 record taken at Truro, and over $13,000 in the bank. Woodmere Sinatra adds a Shady Daisy tonight, leaves 5, and David Dowling 8-5. Last call 50-50. Lynn is up here right now in the oval. Get your 50-50 draw tickets. And there's a look at the 8 Grand Ave Legend. Finds a new home. 8-year-old bay gelding by Sports Writer. Now owned and trained by Ralph Sweet of O'Leary. Adam Murner will do the driving. Started at Charlottetown June the 7th. Left 6 and finished 6. 158-1, closing it out 31-3 for Miles Heffernan Sr. Had a win last season, 157-4 at Charlottetown. Grand Ave Legend, he's a long way out in 8. Good odds, 26-1. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 7th race, a full field of 8. Lining up in behind the Red Shore starting gate, starter Justin DeRoche, driver Scotty McKendrick. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Bet the Bull, Pineapple Express, J.J. Patrick, Hunger Pains, Woodmere Sinatra, Hardy Mill Joe, Get Home Terry, and Grand Ave Legend, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Ralph and pacing, Hunger Pain shooting out to the front. In at the rail, Bet the Bull to his outside. That is Pineapple Express, and coming up third is Grand Ave Legend. On the cones fourth is J.J. Patrick, Woodmere Sinatra fifth with Hardy Mill Joe sixth, and the trailer is Get Home Terry. On the backstretch for time 1, post-time favorite Hunger Pains out in front for Corey McPherson. Pineapple Express may be in a whole heap of trouble. He's parked out second. Right there in the pocket third, that is Bet the Bull. Back into fourth, Grand Ave Legend, 28-4 was the quarter. Fifth is J.J. Patrick. And on the turn, Woodmere Sinatra races from 6th. Hardy Mill Joe is 7th. And Get Home Terry sees them all from 8. Down the stretch they come. Arriving at the midway point, Hunger Pains the leader. And it's going to be a long night for Pineapple Express on the outside. In the pocket, Bet the Bull third. Fourth is Grand Ave Legend. Going wide, fifth is J.J. Patrick. 57-2. Rolling opening half mile. These are our bottom condition horses. Led to the backstretch by the veteran pacer, Hunger Pains. Bet the Bull is second. Starting to tire between horses, Pineapple Express. 3 high, fourth is J.J. Patrick. In at the rail, fifth is Grand Ave Legend. Woodmere Sinatra out there, 3 wide, 6. 7th, that's Hardy Mill Joe. Get Home Terry is 8th at 3/4 in 1. 27-2. Clash of the field in here. That is Hunger Pains all alone turning for home. Second at the rail, Bet the Bull. Then in third, J.J. Patrick, Grand Ave Legend. Hunger Pains for Corey McPherson, a going away winner. Second, that is Bet the Bull. Third will go to J.J. Patrick.
time for the mile for Hunger Pangs tonight. 1:56.2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 7th race, Hunger Pangs. As Vance said, class of the field, right down the road, 28-4, the half and 57-2, 127-2 to 3/4, and he's on cruise control here tonight in 156-2. That's a great shot by Scott McLean's son, Matthew, on the camera here tonight as Hunger Pangs gets it done wire to wire. Bet the Bull went a good trip tonight in there for second, J.J. Patrick third, 4-1-3 unofficially in the 7th. We'll see Hunger Pangs and Corey McPherson in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's been a good horse for a long time. Hunger Pangs gets his 25th lifetime victory on this Tuesday night here in Summerside, going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle. Hunger Pangs, Bay Pigs and Gelding 10 by Pangs Way off the Unexample Dam. RD's Miss Jen, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, bred by Jay and Mary Jean Noy and Ryan Neal. Trained by Blaine McKenna. Corey McPherson guides him to win number 25. Excellent trip on the veteran pacer tonight, 156-2. Hunger Pangs delivers in the 7th. Here's the official results from race 7. Bet the Bull was second. Pineapple Express 7th. J.J. Patrick 3rd and had broken equipment. Hunger Pangs the winner. Woodmere Sinatra finished 6th. Hardy Mill Joe 4th. Get Home Terry was 8th. Grandad Legend finished 5th. The fractions were 28-4, 57-2. 127-2. And the mile in 156-2. From the top, your program reads 273-164-85. Hunger Pangs $3 to win. Exactor $40, Triactor $143.80, and the Superfecta was $58.35.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores Summerside on a Tuesday night. 7 races in the books. Let's talk about Red Shores Future Stars of Racing. Red Shores, Charlottetown, and Summerside are proud to feature the Future Stars of Racing. Charlottetown Future Stars of Racing is Friday, June 20th at 5:30. Entry deadline is June 18th at 12 p.m. Red Shores Summerside Future Stars of Racing is on Sunday, June 29th, beginning at 11:30 a.m. Entry deadline is Friday, June 27th at 10 a.m. For more information, contact the race office at 902-629-6634. The action will also be carried live at Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 8th race. I like 3-2-1 in here. Backstretch speed going 3-2-4. Classifier's choice is 3-2-1 in tonight's 8th race, field of 6 in 8 minutes.
Eighth race on the track for Post Parade, number 1, Harlequin Romance, owned and trained by Barry Bigger of Summerside. Taylor Doyle drives. Roll with It Darling 2 is owned by Shirley O'Brien of Campbellton, trained by Devin Wallace, Paul Angel. Woodmere Ideal Art number 3, home of the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sifoy Melanson, Kenny Murphy drives. For Sharkey, Corey McPherson in the driver's seat tonight for owner-trainer Jack McGuirk, Kensington. 5, Almost There Boss, owned by David and John Sweet of Valeri, trained by Rouse Sweet, Adam Murder driving. 6, Unbridled Fury, owned by Kenny Graham of Kensington, trained by Chris Davies, David Dowling drives. 4 minutes wagering time in race number 8. Rocky is back with his top selections, but first a message from HBIBet.com.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Let's head up to the track for tonight's 8th race. Exactor, 20 cent superfecta, Triactor, win, place, and show wagering. There is a look at the 3, Woodmere Ideal Art, 10-year-old Big Gelding by Articulator for the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick. Sifoy Melanson is the trainer with Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat. Class of the field, this horse, 43 lifetime wins, including the last one, last Tuesday night, left from 5, wire-to-wire winner by half a length in 1:57 3, closed it out in 29 seconds flat. Woodmere Ideal Art, post 3 with Kenny Murphy, 7-5. And there's a look at the 2, Roll With It Darling, 4-year-old bay mare by Roll With It Harry for Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton, Devin Wallace the trainer, Christina Leckie the breeder, Paul Angel will do the driving. Started here last Tuesday night, left from 3, finished 4th, 1:57 2, closed it out in 29 1 for Kenny Murphy. 4 wins last season from 24 tries, over $27,000 in the bank, and a record of 156 1. At Charlottetown, Roll With It Darling and Paul Angel, even 2 tonight. Good odds, 23 1. And there's a look at the rail sitter in here. Harlequin Romance, 5-year-old bay mare by He's Watching for Barry Bigger of Summerside, who also trains Taylor Doyle in the driver's seat tonight. Last start was last Tuesday night. Left on the rail, finished 4th, just beat 2 lengths, 1:59 1. Closed it out, 29 2 for Corey McPherson. 4 wins last season from 27 tries, over $9,000 in the bank, and a record of 157 flat right here at Summerside. Harlequin Romance on the rail tonight, reunited with Taylor Doyle and Barry Bigger, 10 1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 8th race. Harlequin Romance, Taylor Doyle at 6 1. Roll With It Darling, Paul Angel at 9 1. Woodmere Ideal Art and Kenny Murphy at 7 to 5. Sharky post 4. Corey McPherson in the bike tonight. Could be dangerous. 4 to 5. Almost There Boss. Adam Murner at 11 to 1. And Unbridled Fury and David Dowling from 6 at 16 to 1. That's the field for tonight's 8th race. Good luck with your selections. Horse and drivers are lining up in behind the Red Shore starting gate for tonight's 8th race, a field of 6. Let's head back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
From the rail out, Harlequin Romance, Roll With It, Darling, Woodmere Ideal Art, Sharky, Almost There Boss, Unbridled Fury, top of the stretch. Ready for a start. Rough and pacing, leaving out Woodmere Ideal Art, Harlequin Romance at the rail. Between them, a Roll With It, Darling. Sharky dropped in 4th. To get away 5th, that's Almost There Boss. And Unbridled Fury will trail the field. Going to the opening quarter, and the heavy favorite headed on to the lead. Woodmere Ideal Art will clear for Kenny Murphy. Harlequin Romance takes him on a little here in the early going. Then 3rd, that's Roll With It, Darling. At the rail and racing from 4th is Sharky. 5th, Almost There Boss. And the gap down trailer, Unbridled Fury. 28 seconds flat was a solid opening quarter. And that's Woodmere Ideal Art, the fraction center for Kenny Murphy. Harlequin Romance set up for a textbook 2-hole ride. Roll With It, Darling 3rd. There goes Sharky now, sent to the outside 4th, racing 5th and moving out. Almost There Boss and the trailer. That's Unbridled Fury. Halfway home in the 8th, Woodmere Ideal Art, the midway point leader in 58 and 2. Here's Sharky now on the outside 2nd, 3rd up the rail. Harlequin Romance on the outside 4th. That's Almost There Boss. On the cones 5th is Roll With It, Darling. Trailing the field, Unbridled Fury to the back stretch, and 3/4 coming next. Woodmere Ideal Art by ahead. Sharky on the outside 2nd. Harlequin Romance continuing 3rd. Almost There Boss has 4th on the outside. 3/4 in 1. 27 and 2. And with an 1/8 of a mile to go, they're bridle to bridle. And they're headed on home. Woodmere Ideal Art at the rail. Sharky on the outside. Then in 3rd, Almost There Boss. Here's Sharky. Deep stretch. Sharky will win to double up Corey McPherson. 2nd, that's Woodmere Ideal Art. Almost There Boss will finish 3rd. Time for the mile in 1:56.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. I said he could be dangerous, this horse. I don't know why I didn't put him in my top 3, but anyway, Woodmere Ideal Art goes to the front, 28.58.2, down to 3/4 in 1:27.2. Sharky came first over and grinded away on the outside here. Here's the stretch drive. Great shot by Universal Media. Sharky and Corey McPherson goes back-to-back here tonight for his driving double. Woodmere Ideal Art did all the work on the front end, settles for the deuce. In for 3rd, that's the 5, Almost There Boss. 4-3-5 unofficially in tonight's 8th race. We're going to see Sharky and Corey McPherson and Mr. Jack McGurk in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner Circle next.
Last year, he picked up Claimer of the Year here at Summerside. This year, he'll find himself going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle to double up Corey McPherson. That's Sharky here in the 8th, pacing Brown Gelding 5, but he's watching off the Art Major Dam, Rub and Tug. Owned and trained by Jack McGurk of Kensington, bred by David Brown and Jim Elberg of Ontario. Corey McPherson in the driver's seat for a mile in 156 and 3. Sharky doubles up McPherson in the 8th. Here's the official results now in race 8. Harlequin Romance 5th. Roll with it, Darling 4th. Woodmere Ideal Art was 2nd. Sharky, the race winner. Almost There Boss 3rd. Unbridled Fury finished 6th. Fred went 28, 58 and 2, 127 and 2, and the mile 156 and 3. In review, 542, 136. Sharky paid $580. The Exactor paid $580. The Triactor $1680. Superfecta $417.
In the upcoming 9th race, number 3, Halmac Charmer has an equipment change, removes the Shady Daisy, and just adds a regular shadow roll. Redshores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for Prince Edward Island customers this spring and summer meet. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points. You can convert those points to cash or earn points for other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 9th race. Halmac Charmer removes the Shady Daisy and adds a regular shadow roll. I like 1-4-3, backstretch beat going 1-3-6. Glassfire's choice is 3-4-1 in the 9th race in 7 minutes.
Misbelieving on the ninth race post freight, owned by Brian Ramsey of Summerside, Allison Ramsey of Winslow North, trained by Joe Baxter. Kenny Murphy drives. 2 is Red Dirt and Alabella, owned by Robin Longinus of Summerside, Ron Kennedy from Granville. Taylor Doyle is the trainer, driven by David Dowling. 3 Hamac Charger, owned by Paul Conway of Bonchon, Zach Conway of Charlottetown. Paul does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. 4 The Last Darty, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts. Adam Murner drives. 5 is Animosity, Ryan DeRoche in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Greg McGinnis, Tyne Valley. 6 is Ivory, owned by David Mercer, Keith McDougall, and the estate of Kenneth McDougall, trained by Tommy Weatherby. Brody McPhee's aboard. Number 7 is Funny, owned by Susan McKeegan from Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia. Blaine McKenna, the trainer. Paul Angel drives. 2 minutes to post time. Only 2. Rocky has a look at the dates for the Atlantic Invitational Series on the road to the Premier's Cup.
Thank you, bands. Catch all of the action in the Atlantic Invitational Series on the road to the Premier's Cup. Races will take place in Charlottetown, Summerside, Woodstock, and Truro. For more race dates and updated point standings, visit peiharnessracing.ca. We went with the Ladner on June the 7th, June 28th, the Woodstock, the Walter Dale Memorial, July 4th, the Truro Raceway, the Lindsay Cup, the 18th right here, the Bob Dorr Governor's Plate Consolation, the 19th here, Governor's Plate Final, August 1st at Woodstock, the Kelty Burnett Memorial, and August the 9th at Charlottetown, the Gold Cup and Saucer Trials. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 9th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place and Show Wagering, field of 7. Landing on the rail sitter in here, Misbelieving off that trip last week. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Believin' Bruiser for Brian and Allison Ramsey. Joe Baxter trains and Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat. Last week, right here, left from post 8, was parked out to the quarter, then cleared to the front. Finished third, just speed length and 3/4, 2 minutes 1/5. Closed it out in 30 and 2. The start before that was here, May the 25th. Left on the rail, wire-to-wire winner, 159 and 4. That was a new race win record. Closed it out in 30 and 1. Kenny Murphy was in the bike. Misbelieving on the rail with Mr. Murphy, 4-5. There's a look at the 4. Last week's long shot winner for me. I picked her to win last week, and she come through. Bay Filly 3 by Articulator. The Last Artie, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale. They're also the breeders. Earl Watts, the master of Windermere, the trainer. Adam Murner's in the bike, looking for win number 2 tonight. And as I mentioned, last week from post 5 was a winner by a length and 1/4 in 159 and 4. Closed it out in 29 seconds flat. That was a new race win record. Adam Murner was in the bike, as he is tonight, on the 4, The Last Artie, 5-2. And there's a look at the 3, Hamac Charger, 3-year-old Bay Filly by Bet the Moon for Paul and Zach Conway. Paul Conway trains. Corey McPherson's having a night. He's got a couple of wins. Looking to go back to back here tonight. Last start was at Truro on June the 6th. Left from 5 and finished 5. Race time 159 and 1, 29 and 4 on the end of it. Red Doucette was in the bike. 2 wins last season as a 2-year-old from 11 tries. 2 minutes and 2/5 record taken at Charlottetown. And almost $28,000 in the bank. Hamac Charger. Post 3. With Corey McPherson, 2-1. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 9th race, a field of 7 lining up in behind the starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Misbelieving, Red Dirt and Bella, Hamac Charger, The Last Artie, Animosity, Ivory, and Fun A, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Animosity leaving out, Misbelieving up the rail. Hamac Charger third one to the turn. The Last Artie away fourth. Up the rail, Red Dirt Bella into the turn from fifth. Then racing 6 Irie and the early trailer. That is Fun A. On the backstretch they go to the opening quarter. The leaders are Animosity and Ryan DeRoche. Here's Misbelieving and Kenny Murphy now set to take over as they arrive at the corner. And we are under an inquiry here. Judges' inquiry underway in the 9th race. Misbelieving made the lead for Kenny Murphy off that opening quarter of 29 and 1. Animosity now second. Hamac Charger third. The Last Artie races fourth. Back into fifth. Red Dirt and Bella. Then sixth around the turn. Irie followed by Fun A trailing 7. Down the stretch for time 1 in straight alignment at the half. Led by Misbelieving. She's halfway home. Animosity second. Here comes Hamac Charger to make her move to the outside third. The Last Artie goes fourth. They're at the half mile in 1 minute and 1. Just 31 seconds in the second split. 3/8 of a mile to go. Misbelieving off stride in the 2-hole. Animosity jumped it off. That's Hamac Charger second. The Last Artie up the rail third. Fourth, that is Red Dirt and Bella. Fifth is Ivory. Then in 6 along the inside, Fun A and the trailer Animosity. They are strung out. We're racing back to 3/4 in 1:29 and 2. That was 29 and 1 in the third split with an 1/8 left to go. Misbelieving turning home by 3. Second, the Last Artie. Hamac Charger all alone third. On the wire they come next. Here is Misbelieving in line to Kenny Murphy. Second, that is the Last Artie. Hamac Charger will finish third. And the time for the mile here in the 9th in 1:58 and 3. There is a judges' inquiry underway in the 9th race. Retain your tickets.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 9th race. Misbelieving gets to the front, 29 and 1 to the quarter, a half up in a minute, 1/5. Down to 3/4 in 1:29 and 2, and here's the stretch drive. You'll see Misbelieving get her third lifetime win. New record tonight, 1:58 and 3. The Last Artie is second, Hamac Charger third. It's 1:43 ice cold here in tonight's 9th race. We're going to see Misbelieving and Kenny Murphy back in the winner's circle next. We are in an inquiry here in the 9th. Hold all tickets.
The judges' inquiry involves the conduct of race number 9 approaching the opening 8th.
Here's the tight shot here of Misbelieving hitting the wire. Kenny Murphy smiling. You can't help but laugh when you see Kenny Murphy smiling. Brings a smile to your face going to the winner's circle here in the 9th.
Misbelieving on her way to the ninth race winner's circle. Big pacing filly, 3-year-old daughter of Believin' Bruiser. Off the Western Ideal Dam, Avid Yankee. Owned by Brian Ramsey of Summerside, Allison Ramsey of Winslow North. Allison is the breeder. She's trained by Joe Baxter. Kenny Murphy drives her to victory and a new pacing record tonight of 158 and 3. Misbelieving in the ninth. Results of the ninth race judges' inquiry. No violations. Now the official results from the ninth race, Misbelieving the winner, Red Dirt Nellabella 6, Hamac Charger 3rd, The Last Darty finished 2nd, Animosity was 7th, Irie finished 4th, Fanay finished 5th. Fractions went 29 and 1, 1 minute 1, 129 and 2, the mile 158 and 3. In review 163, 27, 4, 5. Misbelieving paid $330, the exactor $1120, the triactor $2270, and the superfecta $590. Now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight is valued at $501. Winning number will be A100940. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $501. A100940. Good luck.
57th edition of the Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge, and featuring that purse of $50,000, is scheduled for Saturday, July 19th, right here at Red Shore, Summerside. A special reminder for fans and customers that post time for the Governor's Plate program is 4 p.m., and you can get more details on Summerside's big racing week by visiting Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 10th race, a field of 7. I'm going 1-3-2, backstretch beat 3-2-1. Classifier's choice is 3-1-2 in the 10th race in 6 minutes.
Tenth race on parade, number 1, Melody Maker, owned and trained by Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley. Ryan DeRoss drives. 2, Crosscut, owned by Mitchell Ellsworth of St. Louis, trained by Jay Noy, Miles Heffernan. Coach to Kill Shark 3 is owned by Shirley Wallace of Alberton, trained by Jeff Wallace. Brady Sweet drives. 4, Big Bad Bruiser, Corey McPherson in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Neil Bambrick, Charlottetown. Brookdale Gym, number 5, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langella. Canvas of Stars, number 6, owned by Eric Wilson of Dundas, Ontario. Mallory Davies from Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Chris Davies, David Dowling. 7 is Majestic Mason, owned by Stephen Downey of Quizbamsis, New Brunswick, trained by Ricky Armstrong. Tonight, Kenny Murphy. 4 minutes to post time. The 66th edition of the Gold Cup and Saucer, slated for Saturday, August 16th, proudly presented by title sponsor Atlantic Lottery.
PEI is a special place with a special race, the Gold Cup and Saucer, the greatest show in harness racing. This year, we celebrate the 66th edition of Canada's most prestigious race on a half-mile track.
The papermaker and Dr. Ian Moore win the Gold Cup and Saucer. Here is Rock, Diamond, and Mitchell Cushing. They win the Gold Cup and Saucer. Cup and Saucer, 36, 7 the winner, Wally Hennessy all the way.
Join us this August on Prince Edward Island for the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 10th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, Triactor, win, place, and show wagerings. Field of 7 in here. There is a look at the rail sitter, Melody Maker, 7-year-old bay gelding by He's Watching for Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley, who also trains Ryan DeRoss in the bike, looking for his second win tonight. And as I mentioned at the top of the program here tonight, a year ago tonight, Melody Maker left on the rail and was a wire-to-wire winner in 155-2, closed it out 28-3. Corey McPherson was in the bike. Melody Maker's last start was here last Tuesday night from post 2, finished third, just beat a length and a half, race timed 157-4, closing it out in 28-3 for Ryan DeRoss. Melody Maker on the rail, 5-1. And there's a look at the 3, Coast to Coast Shark, 12-year-old bay gelding by Coast to Coast Yankee for Shirley Wallace of Alberton, who's also the breeder. Jeffrey Wallace, her grandson, is the trainer, and Brady Sweet will do the driving. Started here last Tuesday night, had the rail, was a wire-to-wire winner by 4 lengths in 157-1, closing quarter 28-3. Brady Sweet was in the bike, 22 wins lifetime, and a record of 155-3 taken last year as an 11-year-old right here at Summerside. Post 3 tonight, he likes to leave. Coast to Coast Shark and Brady Sweet at 8-5. And there we see the 2, Crosscut, 9-year-old black gelding by McCardle for Michael Ellsworth of St. Louis, Mitchell Ellsworth of St. Louis, Jay Noyd the trainer, Miles Heffernan Sr. will do the driving. Started here last Tuesday night, had the rail and finished second, just got beat by half a length, 157-3, closing quarter 28-3 for Miles Heffernan Sr. 7 wins last season from 42 tries, 154-4 season's best at Flamborough Downs. Crosscut leaves 2 tonight with Miles Sr., 16-1.
Tonight's winner of the 50-50 draw was Troy Thompson of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Congratulations.
Countdown clock is in for tonight's 10th race, a field of 7 lining up in behind the starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Melody Maker, Crosscut, Coast to Coast Shark, Big Bad Bruiser, Brookdale Jim, Canvas of Stars, Majestic Masons on the outside. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Ruffin pacing off stride at the rail. Melody Maker jumped it off at the start into the turn. Coast to Coast Shark pointed out. Second along the inside is Crosscut. Majestic Mason on the outside is third. To get away fourth, Big Bad Bruiser. Then in fifth along the inside. Racing to the backstretch, that's Canvas of Stars. Then racing from 6, that's Melody Maker, followed by the trailer Brookdale Jim. Straight alignment at the opening quarter. Coast to Coast Shark for Brady Sweet is out in front. Second, that is Crosscut. Racing from third, that's Majestic Mason, 29-3 the opening quarter. Racing from fourth is Big Bad Bruiser. Then in fifth, that's Canvas of Stars. Melody Maker is sixth. Trailing the field, Brookdale Jim is seventh. Down the stretch for the first time they come. Racing towards half mile, led by Coast to Coast Shark. In the 2-hole, it's Crosscut, Majestic Mason third. Canvas of Stars Stars. Moving up fourth. Going to the outside fifth is Big Bad Bruiser. Melody Maker in sixth. Trailing the field, Brookdale Jim, the opening half mile. 1 minute and 3. A 31-second second quarter breather. That's Coast to Coast Shark taking them on by the 5/8. Second is Crosscut. Canvas of Stars on the outside third. Fourth up the rail. That's Majestic Mason. On the outside, Big Bad Bruiser goes fifth. Melody Maker sixth. Brookdale Jim is seventh. 3/4 in the books. Coast to Coast Shark was there in 90 seconds flat. Racing from second along the rail, Crosscut. Third, Canvas of Stars. Majestic Mason fourth. And they're homeward bound. Out in front, Coast to Coast Shark. Crosscut on the outside. Majestic Mason up the rail. On the wire, Coast to Coast Shark all the way for Brady Sweet. Second is Crosscut. Majestic Mason finishes third. Time for the mile here in the 10th race. 1:58.2.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. Coast to Coast Shark. He can fire off the wings, and he gets to the front, 29.3, the half a minute 3. Down to 3/4 in 1:30, and here's the stretch drive. Crosscut comes out from the outside here at the rail, Majestic Mason, but Coast to Coast Shark is going to go back-to-back. He won last week in 1:57.1. Tonight, 1:58.2 with Brady Sweet in the bike. Crosscut in there for second, Majestic Mason third. It's 3-2-7 unofficially in the 10th, and we'll see Coast to Coast Shark with Brady Sweet in the winner's circle next.
Well, in harness racing, Gentleman Joe O'Brien will always be the pride of Alberton. But here's the horse that they talk about at the coffee shops in Alberton. He's had quite a career. Coast to Coast Shark goes to the Woodmere Standard Bred Winners Circle in the 10th. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 12 by Coast to Coast Yankee. Off the Cam's Card Shark Dam. Sassy Little Shark, a homebred of Shirley Wallace of Alberton. Trained by Jeff Wallace, Brady Sweet. Put him on top at every call again tonight, winning in 1:58.2. Coast to Coast Shark wires the 10th. Here's the official results in race 10. Melody Maker 5th. Cross Cobb was 2nd. Coast to Coast Shark, the race winner. Big Bad Bruiser 6th. Brookdale Jim was 7th. Canvas of Stars finished 4th. Majestic Mason was 3rd. Fractions of 29 and 3. 1 minute 3. 1:30. And the mile in 1:58 and 2. In review, it's 5-2-1. 6-7-4-3. Coast to Coast Shark paid $4.50 to win. The Exactor $21.10, Triactor $152, and the Superfecta at $381.08.
The McDonald family is pleased to present the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial in memory of their parents. The Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial is scheduled for Saturday, August 2nd at Redshores, Charlottetown. Following the race, the McDonald family will present a cooler and trophy to the winning horse and owner. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 11th race.
Tonight's 11th race on Parade Hemingway 1, owned and trained by Abbey Clove, Cornwall, Breck Clove drives. 2, My Ambrose, owned by Carl and Jason McDougall of Ellerslie, trained by Carl McDougall, Ryan DeRoche. 3, Arnold the Paper Boys, owned by Bill McKay of South Granville, Willie McKay, the trainer-driver. 4, DC's First Girl, owned by Dave Kelly and Charlene Cipher of Springvale. Dave trains and drives. She's a Lover 5, owned, trained, and driven by Robbie Chappell of Summerside. Mockbrook Pro 6, owned by Paul Conway from Bonshaw and Zach Conway, Charlottetown, trained by Paul Conway. Zach Conway does the driving. Jay's Little Spark is 7, owned by Chris McGinnis of Hampshire, trained by Greg McGinnis, Corey McPherson. Rusty Riley 8, owned by Chantel Langell of Lower Onslow and Dana Ghetto of New Waterford, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. 9 is Brookdale Shelley, home of Douglas and Doug Polly of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Tonight, David Dowling. 2 minutes to post time, only 2. Thank you to Donnie McRae, along with McRae's Backhoe and Trucking, title sponsor of the 2025 Atlantic Sire Stakes.
And there are the selections on the screen for tonight's 11th race. Put a towel over your head and point and click here for the 11th. You got the 358 for me. Backstretch beat 182, and the classifier's choice is 538. 11th race is on the track. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 11th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Field of 9 in here, landing on the 3, Arnold the Paperboy. He's a 9-year-old by Mach 3 for Bill McKay of South Granville. Willie McKay is the trainer and the driver. Last start was last Tuesday night here. Left from post 9 in the back tier, finished 6th. Race timed 2:01 flat, closed it out 31 seconds flat. 13 lifetime wins. 157-1 record taken at Charlottetown. As a 4-year-old, he's leaving 3 tonight. I imagine Willie will be sending him right down the road. Arnold the Paperboy, 6-1. There's a look at the 5. She's a Lover. 11-year-old bay mare by Proven Lover for Robbie Chappell of Summerside. He owns, trains, and drives. Last start, last Tuesday night here. Left on the far outside, 8. Finished 7th. Race time, 2:02-2. 30-4 on the end of it. 2 wins last season from 23 tries. 2:01-4 season's best right here at Summerside. She's a Lover. Robbie Chappell in the bike. Post 5. 5-1. And there's a look at the 8, Rusty Riley. 14-year-old chestnut gelding by Blissful Hall for Chantal Langell of Lower Onslow, Dana Ghetto of New Waterford, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell is the trainer and the driver. Last start was here last Tuesday night. Far outside 8, finished 8. Race time 2:02-3, 31 seconds flat on the end of it. Last season, 3 wins from 21 tries, 155-4, season's best. Right here at Summerside, Rusty Riley. Post 8, Paul Langell, 9-5, your current choice on the board. Tonight's 11th race, a full field of 9 lining up in behind the starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Hemingway, My Ambrose, Arnold the Paperboy, DC's First Girl. She's a Lover, Mockbook Pro, Jay's a Little Spark, Rusty Riley's on the outside. We have a trailer in here. Brookdale Shelley, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing. She's a Lover is firing out. Hemingway along the rail. Third one to the turn. Arnold the Paperboy. DC's First Girl fourth. 3 wide. That's Mockbook Pro fifth. Brookdale Shelley away sixth. DC's First Girl seventh. Then it's Rusty Riley in eighth. And the trailer. Jay's a Little Spark is ninth. On the backstretch and going to the quarter, led by She's a Lover in line to Robbie Chappell. Racing from second. That's Hemingway. Mockbook Pro is taken over third. Arnold the Paperboy fourth. My Ambrose as fifth. Brookdale Shelley goes sixth. Gapping in seventh. DC's First Girl. Rusty Riley is eighth. And the trailer ninth. Jay's a Little Spark 29 and 2. The opening quarter. She's a Lover coming off the paddock turn towards half mile with the lead. Second Hemingway. Arnold the Paperboy is tipped out to pick up third. Here comes Brookdale Shelley. Fourth on the outside. At the rail, Mockbook Pro fifth. My Ambrose sixth. Seventh is Rusty Riley. DC's First Girl is eighth. Trailing ninth. Jay's a Little Spark 60 seconds flat. Was the half. Around the turn, arriving at 5/8. Led by She's a Lover. On the outside and outer wheel. That's Arnold the Paperboy. Brookdale Shelley swinging out 3 wide third. Fourth at the rail. That is Hemingway. Rusty Riley is taken over fifth. Mockbook Pro sixth. My Ambrose seventh. DC's First Girl eighth. Jay's a Little Spark ninth. New leader by 3/4. Brookdale Shelley takes over late for Dowling 130 and 3 was the 3/4 with just an eighth of a mile left to go. Clear by 5. Brookdale Shelley will bring them home. She's a Lover second. Arnold the Paperboy. Hemingway up the inside, but it is Brookdale Shelley in line to David Dowling alone on the line. She's a Lover held second. We'll need a show photo, but it's Brookdale Shelley for Dowling. Time for the mile, 2 minutes, 4/5.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 11th race. She's a Lover goes to the front, 29-2. The half up in a minute. Down to 3/4 in 1:30 and 3. Brookdale Shelley took over. And in the stretch here, she opens up on the field to win right to her record. 2 minutes and 4/5. First win of the season, third career. David Dowling in the bike for his second win tonight. In for second was She's a Lover. Did all the work tonight. Settles for the deuce, and up for third, that is the 6, Mockbook Pro. So it's 9, 5, 6. Unofficially in the 11th, we're going to see Brookdale Shelley and David Dowling in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner circle in a moment.
Brookdale Shelley on her way into the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner's circle here in tonight's 11th race. Pacing mare, she's 4 by Rockin' in Heaven. Off the Shadow Play Dam, Brookdale Shadow. A homebred of Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by Phil Sizer. David Dowling picks up his second winner on the night for the double. Right to her record of 2 minutes and 4/5. Brookdale Shelley in the 11th. Now the official results in race 11, Hemingway 4th, My Ambrose 6th, Arnold the Paperboy 5th, DC's First Girl was 8th, She's a Lover finished 2nd, Mockbook Pro 3rd, Jay's Little Spark was 9th, Rusty Riley finished 7th, Brookdale Shelley the race winner, fractions of 29 and 2. 1 minute, 1:30 and 3. The mile was 2 minutes, 4/5. In review, 465, 823, 971. Brookdale Shelley paid 1120. The exactor 5140. Triactor 500, 2180. Superfecta carryover.
Red Shores Racing is excited to offer a new Pick 4 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The late Pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Red Shores Summerside and Charlottetown and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 12th race, field of 6. Number 4, Plain Jane, has an equipment change. Swedish Blind, 2 blind bridle. I'm going 3-2-4 in here. Backstretch beat 1-5-4. Classifier's choice is 3-4-5 in the 12th in 7 minutes.
On the 12th race post parade, number 1, Freeman's Legacy, owned by Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. 2, How Mac Exclusive, owned by Leith Wade, Leslie Wade, and Jimmy Gorman. Leslie does the training. Corey McPherson drives. 3, Lady Divine, owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. David Dowling. Plain Jane, number 4, owned by Lee and Faith Gavin of Tignish, trained by Devin Wallace. Paul Langell. 5 is Going Yard, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia. Aidan Farish of Summerside, trained by George Renison. Brady Sweet. Doc Awesome 6, owned by Darla McCachran. Alan Goody and Mike Cameron of Summerside. Darla does the conditioning. Adam Murner drives. 3 minutes to post time. Red Shores is proud to present the HPI PEI players an exciting new offer. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI bet points. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 12th race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place and Show. It is the start of the guaranteed 20-cent late pick 4. Landing on the 3 in here, Lady Divine. 4-year-old bay mare by Heston Blue Chip for Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer also trains. David Dowling is in the bike tonight looking for his 3rd win. Last start at Charlottetown on June the 12th. Left from post 2 and finished 2. 156.3 her mile, 29-1 on the end of it. Had 2 wins in a row, May 29th at Charlottetown, post 2. A winner by 5 1/4, 157.3, 28-3 on the end of it. Followed that up in Truro on June the 6th from post 4, wire to wire, in 156-1, 29 seconds flat, closing quarter. Lady Divine from post 3 tonight with David Dowling. Right now, good odds, 11-1. And there's a look at the 2, Halmac exclusive, 4-year-old bay gelding by Source of Pride for Leith and Les Waite and Jimmy Gorman. Les Waite, the trainer, Corey McPherson in the bike looking for win number 3 tonight. Last start was here last Tuesday night, post 7. Finished 3rd, race time 158 flat, closed it out in 28-2. 2 wins this season, 154-3 record taken at Charlottetown. If you look down the page to May the 3rd, at Charlottetown, 28-1 on the end of it. Halmac exclusive and Corey McPherson. Right now, your current choice on the board at 1-9. There we see the 4, Plain Jane, 7-year-old bay mare by Shadow Play for Lee and Faith Gavin of Tignish. Devin Wallace, trainer. Paul Angel is in the bike tonight. Last start was here last Tuesday night from post 4. Cut it all out, finished 2nd, just beat a length, 156-4, 29-1 closing quarter. Had a win last year at Charlottetown and over $10,000 in the bank. Plain Jane from post 4 with Paul Angel. Good odds, 14-1. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 12th race. Good looking field of 6 lining up in behind the Red Shore starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Freeman's Legacy, Hamac Exclusive, Lady Divine, Plain Jane, Going Yard, Doc Awesome. Top of the stretch. All lined up and ready for a start. Rough and pacing, Lady Divine, the first call along the rail. Freeman's Legacy, Hamac Exclusive, third into the turn. Plain Jane's away fourth, and in fifth it's Going Yard, and the early trailer, that'll be Doc Awesome. As a team on the front end, Lady Divine on the outside will stretch it out. She's headed to the lead for David Dowling. Second is Freeman's Legacy. Hamac Exclusive third, then in fourth Plain Jane. Fifth, there's early movement on the front. Freeman's Legacy says give and go time, and now he's back on the lead for Jacob Sweet. They were off an opening quarter of 28-4. Lady Divine now second, Hamac Exclusive third. Here comes Plain Jane. She's rushing on the outside fourth. Going Yard will follow her out fifth. Doc Awesome is sixth, and down the stretch they come. Freeman's Legacy has some company. On the outside, Plain Jane to challenge. Lady Divine up the rail third, second over fourth. That is Going Yard. Third over fifth is Doc Awesome. Up the rail, the trailer, Hamac Exclusive. Opening half mile up in 58-4. Midway around the turn, arriving at 5/8 next, led by Freeman's Legacy. Plain Jane on the outside second. Third up the rail, Lady Divine. Up the inside fourth, Hamac Exclusive. Going Yard hangs on the outside fifth, and back to the cone sixth. That is Doc Awesome. They arrive at three-quarters. Freeman's Legacy by 2 on Lady Divine. Up the inside, Hamac Exclusive third. The three-quarters up in 1:27-3, and they're homeward bound. Out in front by 2.5. Freeman's Legacy down the stretch. Lady Divine up the rail second. Doc Awesome up the inside. Hamac Exclusive way wide is coming late on the wire. Freeman's Legacy looks to hang on. Doc Awesome was coming up the inside, and way wide that was Hamac Exclusive. Time for the mile tonight, it's 1:57 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 12th race. Freeman's Legacy on the rail again tonight. Tried a repeat performance of 2 weeks ago. 28-4, the half up 58-4. 127-3 to three-quarters, and here's the stretch drive. Freeman's Legacy, you see Doc Awesome at the rail. Lady Divine still there. Hamac Exclusive is coming up on the outside. Three of them across the track now to the finish, and it is now posted. Freeman's Legacy on the line, the winner in 1:57 flat, with Doc Awesome in there for second, Hamac Exclusive third, 1:62 unofficially in the 12th. We're going to see Freeman's Legacy, Jacob Sweet. He doubles up and wins tonight. They're going to the winner's circle next.
There's Freeman's Legacy going to the 12th race winner's circle. By pacing Elney's 4 by Pang Shui from the Stonebridge Terror Dam, Camco Terra, owned by Mackenzie Arsenault of Albert, bred by Blair Campbell of Darlington. Jacob Sweet has the training and the driving double tonight. Time for the mile 157. Freeman's Legacy in the 12th. Here's the official results from the 12th race. Freeman's Legacy, the winner. Hamac Exclusive, 3rd. Lady Divine, 4th. Plain Jane, 6th. Going Yard was 5th. Doc Awesome finished 2nd. Fractions of 28 and 4. 58 and 4. 127 and 3. And the mile in 157. In review, 134. 652. Freeman's Legacy, 1190 to win. The Exactor, 241.80. Triactor at 297.30. Superfect at 207.82.
And I missed a birthday shout out there. My papers got covered up. Corey Coughlin celebrates a birthday today. Followed along with Freeman's Legacy right to the winner's circle. So happy birthday to Corey Coughlin from all of us here at Red Shores. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores on a Tuesday night. 12 races in the books. Let's talk about HPI Tuesdays in June. HPI PEI customers, players across the country who wager $25 or more per card, will receive 5% cash back for Tuesdays in June at Red Shores Summerside. HPI PEI players will also receive a ballot for a chance to win a $500 rebate. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for tonight's 13th race. I like 5-8-1 in here. Backstretch beat going 8-4-1. And the classifier's choice 1-4-5 in tonight's 13th race in 7 minutes.
Thirteenth race on parade, number 1, Almost Amos, owned by Darla McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of Valeri, trained by Dwayne McCachran. Brody McPhee catch drives. 2, J.K.'s Henry, owned by Alan Smith of Brookfield and Brad Smith of North Wiltshire. Brad trains and drives. 3, Brookdale J. Mack, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell drives. 4, Sword from the Stone, owned by Blair Sweet of Coleman. Gordy McCollum of Brackley Beach, trained by Donald Sweet. Adam Murner drives. 5, Love Matters Most, owned by Rebecca May Horton, Blair McLaughlin, and Jeff Lilly. Jeff does the training, driven by Jacob Sweet. Louis the Great, number 6, owned by Leith Wade of Summerside, Leslie Wade of Charlottetown. Leslie is the trainer. Corey McPherson is the driver. 7 is Halmack Powerball, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, and Aidan Parrish of Summerside, trained by George Renison. David Dowling. I'm Sir Scarlet wears number 8, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl McLean trains and drives. 3 minutes to post time. For Backstretch Beat, driver and trainer stats, race replays, and free race programs, visit the Red Shores Player Portal.
And there's a look at the place photo from tonight's 12th race. You'll see on the line, Doc Awesome just nipping the 2 Halmack exclusive. Great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 13th race. Exactor 20-cent superfecta, triactor win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the 5 in here, Love Matters Most. 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Proven Lover for Rebecca May Horton, Blair McLaughlin, and Jeff Lilly. Jeff trains Jacob Sweet in the driver's seat. Last start June 7th at Charlottetown from post 2. Cut it all out, finished 3rd. Beaten a length and a quarter. Race time 1:55 and 4, 30 and 4 on the end of it. 4 wins last season, 24 tries. 156 record taken right here at Summerside. Love Matters Most with Jacob Sweet looking to triple up in the bike tonight. Post 5, good odds, 25 to 1. There's the good-looking stallion from post 8. I'm Sir Scarlet, 3-year-old brown colt by Malicious for Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl is the trainer and the driver. He's looking to double up tonight. Last start was here, June the 3rd from post 3. Was a winner by half a length in 157 and 2, 30 and 1 on the end of it. Start before that here, PEI Colt Stakes. He left from post 4 and he was a wire-to-wire winner in 159 and 2, 29 and 3 on the end of it. 3 starts last season, 2 wins, 159 and 1 at Truro, $14,000, $185 in the bank. I'm Sir Scarlet's a long way out tonight. He still could get it done. Good look at the odds, 14 to 1. And there's a look at the rail sitter, Almost Amos, 4-year-old bay horse by All Bets Off for Darla and Zoe McCachran. Dwayne McCachran trains. Brody McPhee will do the driving. Started here last Tuesday night from post 5. Finished second. Race timed 156 and 4. Closed it out in 28 and 4. 2 wins last season. 158 record taken right here at Summerside. On the rail tonight, Almost Amos with Brody McPhee, 2 to 1. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 13th race. A full field of 8 lining up in behind the starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Almost Amos, J.K.'s Henry, Brookdale, J. Mac, Sword from the Stone, Love Matters Most, Louis the Great, Halmac Powerball, I'm Sir Scarlet outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Almost Amos leaving out, J.K.'s Henry joining them, Sword from the Stone, third to the turn, I'm Sir Scarlet, way wide fourth, then away fifth, that is Brookdale J. Mac, 6-1 is Love Matters Most, then it's Louis the Great, and the trailer, Halmac Powerball, on the backstretch they go, led by Almost Amos, and Brody McPhee, up and at him on the outside, I'm Sir Scarlet, powering on to the lead, in line to Darrell McLean. Almost Amos gave way for the two-hole ride, racing third. J.K.'s Henry, they were up the quarter in 29 seconds flat. Sword from the Stone around the turn fourth. In fifth, Brookdale J. Mac. Swinging to the outside six is Love Matters Most. Louis the Great, he's seventh, followed by the trailer. Halmac Powerball. They arrive at the half-mile next. I'm Sir Scarlet. Halfway home for Darrell McLean. Second is Almost Amos. J.K.'s Henry third. On the outside, Love Matters Most is picked up fourth. Sword from the Stone riding the rail fifth. 58 and 4 for a half mile. Around the turn with 3/8 of a mile to go. I'm Sir Scarlet taking them up the backstretch for the final time. Second is Almost Amos. Now third, Love Matters Most. Fourth on the cone is J.K.'s Henry. On the outside, Louis the Great picks up fifth. Sword from the Stone is sixth. Halmac Powerball seventh. And trailing the field, Brookdale J. Mac, the 3/4 in 1, 2:28 and 1. They round the top turn for the second and final time, just an 1/8 of a mile out. And I'm Sir Scarlet bringing them home. Almost Amos tipped to the outside for the stretch drive. Louis the Great is coming third. Deep stretch now, and here is Almost Amos in line to Brody McPhee. Looked like Louis the Great rallied second with I'm Sir Scarlet. The time for the mile, 1:57 and 1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 13th race. I'm Sir Scarlet from the grandstand side. Gets to the front, 29 flat, the half in 58 and 4. Down to 3/4 in 1:28 and 1. Almost Amos had the perfect trip on his back here, and he's going to go to the front here and get the job done in 1:57 and 1. Brody McPhee in the bike for the win, for his second win of the night. Louis the Great in there for second with I'm Sir Scarlet thirds. It's 1:68. Unofficially in the 13th, we'll see Almost Amos and Brody in the winner's circle next.
There's Almost Amos going to the Woodmere Standardbred's winner's circle from the 13th race. Bay Pacing Stallion 4 by all bets off. From the Western Ideal Dam, Gotta Love Her, owned by Darla McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of O'Leary, bred by Brad Wilson from Kamalaki, Ontario. Trained by Dwayne McCachran. Brody McPhee has his second winner on the night for the double, and the horse has a new pacing record of 157-1. Almost Amos in the 13th. Now the official results from race 13. Almost Amos the winner. J.K.'s Henry 6. Brookdale J. Mack was 7th. Sword from the Stone 4th. Love Matters Most was 5th. Louis the Great finished 2nd. Almac Powerball was 8th. I'm Sir Scarlet finished 3rd. The fractions 29. 58-4. 128-1. And the mile in 157-1. In review, 167, 452, 83. Almost Amos paid 410. The exactor 1140. The triactor 148.20, and the superfecta 22.49. Featured 14th next, 9 minutes.
The Governor's Plate second chance draw is back at Red Shore Summerside on live race days. Customers can enter non-winning tickets into the designated ballot drum for a chance to win the grand prize, which includes one table of four at the West End Bar and Grill and Governor's Plate night, one night hotel stay, in-room welcome basket, 4 race programs, and wagering vouchers, plus $500 cash. The grand prize draw is here July 1st. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 14th race. Our feature tonight, Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. I'm going 3-1-6, as is Backstretch Beat. Classifier's choices 3-6-1 in the feature in 8 minutes.
Fourteenth race on post parade, number 1, He's Touring, owned and trained by Claire's Rita Valeri. David Dowling drives. 2, Braxton's Boy, owned by Rick Armstrong and Mark Allen of Summerside. Ricky does the training and driven by Brady Sweet. Mr. Kelly 3, owned by Marcia Knox, Corey Livingston, Kevin Teasdale, and Dustin McGinnis. Adam Murner trains and drives. Sobel Attack 4, owned by Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley and Don Kalbeck of Summerside. Paul does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. 5, Nolan's Magic Sway, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated and Melissa Rennie. Paul Angel trains and drives. Hamac Charmer 6, owned by Doug Williams of Guelph, Ontario, trained by Kyle Williams. Corey McPherson's aboard. 4 minutes wagering time here on the feature 14th. And Rocky, you and I come up with our selections here in the feature. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their presentation of the Vance Cam. In the 14th, Rock, I got to be honest with you, man. I went to the 2 right off the hop. Then I was going to cancel that one, and I said, you just can't do it. That's one of the no-nos in harness racing. You pick them and you stick with it. So I'm going to stick with the 2, Braxton's Boy. Going to go right alongside 3, Mr. Kelly. I'm going to go to the outside with Hamac Charmer coming into the race 2 in a row. And closing it out with the 1, He's Touring. 2, 3, 6, 1 from the booth. Mr. Skierman, your choices.
Well, it's hard to go against that 3, Mr. Kelly. That last start there, 153 and 4, finishing 3rd in Charlottetown on June the 7th. That's who I'll put on top. For second, the 1, He's Touring. Big mile in his latest last Tuesday here from post 3, 155 and 4. For third, the 6, Hamac Charmer and Corey McPherson. Back-to-back wins in 155 and 4 here the last 2 weeks. And then for you superfecta players, I throw in the 2, Braxton's Boy. So I'm going 3-1-6-2. Vance Lakes 2-3-6-1. Good luck with your selections here in the feature. And an equipment change to tell you about on the 4 in this race. Sobel Attack goes from blind to blinkers. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 14th race feature. Field of 6 lining up in behind the starting gate. Let's head back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Oh, let's change it up in here, Rock. Let's go outside in. Howmack Charmer, Nolan's Magic Sway, Sobble Attack. Mr. Kelly, Braxton's Boy, he's touring's on the rail. Top of the stretch. Featured. Ready for a start. Rough and pacing, Mr. Kelly leaving out. Braxton's Boy at the rail, third to the turn. Sobble Attack, Howmack Charmer's away fourth. Then in fifth, it's He's Touring, and trailing this field, that's Nolan's Magic Sway. Braxton's Boy is out in front at the eighth pole. Mr. Kelly is going to keep coming from the outside. Third at the rail, Sobble Attack, Howmack Charmer dropped in fourth. Then it's He's Touring fifth, followed by the trailer, Nolan's Magic Sway. So Mr. Kelly and Mr. Murner, they made the lead on by that opening quarter mile, and they were at the quarter in 28 and 3. Braxton's Boy set up for the two-hole ride, then Sobble Attack goes third. Fourth, that's Howmack Charmer. He's touring at the rail fifth, followed by the trailer, Nolan's Magic Sway. Straight alignment, the field of 6 approaches the opening half mile, led by Mr. Kelly's halfway home. Braxton's Boy in the two-hole, Sobble Attack third. There goes He's Touring, picking up fourth on the outside. Howmack Charmer swings out from fifth, trailing 6. Nolan's Magic Sway 59 and 2 was the half, just 30 and 4 in the second panel. The top pacers on this Tuesday night at Summerside got a big time breather on their way to three quarters, and the tempo picks up. Mr. Kelly's the leader. Braxton's Boy on his back second. He's Touring has picked up third on the outside. Sobble Attack at the rail fourth. Fifth is Howmack Charmer. Nolan's Magic Sway, the trailer, three quarters up in 1:28 and 1 with an eighth of a mile left to go. Mr. Kelly bringing them home. Braxton's Boy coming to the outside for the stretch drive. He's Touring third. Sobble Attack fourth. Deep in the stretch, Mr. Kelly for Adam Murner on the line. Braxton's Boy second. He's Touring up for third. And the time for the mile, they stopped the clock tonight in 1:56 flat. 27 and 4 closing quarter.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 14th race feature. Mr. Kelly goes right to the front tonight, 28-3, the half up in 59 and 2, three quarters up in 1:28 and 1, and here is the stretch drive. Good shot by Universal Media. Mr. Kelly is going to win this one in 1:56 flat, as Vance mentioned. Closing quarter tonight in 27 and 4. Braxton's Boy had a good trip tonight, finishes second. He's Touring in there for third. So it's 3-2-1 unofficially in tonight's feature. We will see Mr. Kelly and Mr. Murner in the winner's circle next.
Mr. Kelly into the 14th race winner's circle by pacing gelding 8 by Roll With It Harry off the Cam's Card Shark Dam Yankee Checkers, owned by Marcia Knox, Corey Livingston, Kevin Teasdale, and Dustin McGinnis. Bred by Eldred Nicholson. Adam Murder training and driving. Adam's second winner tonight. He'll get the double. The mile's 156. Mr. Kelly in the Tuesday night feature at Summerside. Now the official results from the 14th race. He's touring finished third, had broken equipment. Braxton's Boy was second. Mr. Kelly the race winner. Sobel Attack fourth. Nolan's Magic Sway finished sixth. Almac Charmer was fifth. Fractions were 28 and 3, 59 and 2, 128 and 1, and the mile 156. In review, it's 3-2-1. 465. Mr. Kelly paid $660. The exactor $12.30. Triactor $22. Superfecta $10.60.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here on a Tuesday night at Summerside. 14 races in the books, one more to go. Let's talk about the early and late Super High Five. Redshores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program. With the low 15% takeout, customers can play the Super High Five at Redshore, Summerside, and Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 15th race finale. I like 1-3-6 in here. Backstretch beat going 1-6-3, as is the classifier in the 15th finale in 9 minutes.
Marley's Boy will lead the 15th race on post freight on the Wade Piccone of Stanfield, trained by Earl Watts. Brian DeRoss drives. Think again, number 2, Brody McPhee in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Donald Sweet O'Leary. 3, Starship Zodiac, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Ellerslie. Robbie does the training, driven by Brett LeBlanc. 4, Dolly Sky, Kyle DeRoss training and driving for owner Vance McMillan, West Cape. Well Did, number 5, home of the Well Did stable of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Angel. Starship Glide, number 6, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts. Adam Werner drives. Acrobat Hanover 7, owned by Robin Longinus of Summerside. Taylor Doyle is the trainer driver. 8 is Brookdale Thomas, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Corey McPherson drives. 3 minutes, now only 2. Down to 2 minutes wagering time on the 15th race, featuring that Super High 5. We're back with live racing on Thursday night at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Post time is 6 p.m. Rocky has his Super High 5 ticket to close out Tuesday night in Summerside.
Thank you, Vince. There is a look at our 2 Super High 5s for the finale. I'm going with the 1 Marley's Boy in here over the 3 Starship Zodiac, then the 6 Starship Glide, put in the 8 Brookdale Thomas for 4th, and round it out with the 4 Dolly Sky. Vance going with the 6 Starship Glide over the 3 Starship Zodiac, then Dolly Sky for 3rd, over the 5 Well Did, and the 8 Brookdale Thomas. So 6, 3, 4, 5, 8 for Vance, 1, 3, 6, 8, 4 for me. Good luck with the Super High 5. Let's have a look at the odds board for the 15th race finale. Marley's Boy in the rail and Ryan DeRoche looks to double up tonight at 8-5. Think Again and Brody McPhee looks to triple up at 16-1. Starship Zodiac with Brett LeBlanc 9-1. The 4 Dolly Sky and Kyle DeRoche at 12-1. Well Did with Paul Angel aboard. Right now they are at 11-1. The 6 Starship Glide, Adam Werner in the bike. Right now they are 4-5, your current choice. The 7 Acrobat Hanover and Taylor Doyle at 51-1. And the 8 Brookdale Thomas and Corey McPherson at 11-1. That's the field for the finale. Good luck with your selections. 15th race finale has a field of 8 lining up in behind the starting gate. Let's head it back upstairs one more time to Vance Cameron.
Marley's Boy, Think Again, Starship Zodiac, Dolly Sky, Well Did, Starship Glide, Acrobat Hanover, and Brookdale Thomas. Top of the stretch. It's the Tuesday night Super High 5 finale, and it's post time. The rough and pacing Starship Zodiac leaving out Think Again. Marley's Boy has the rail to their outside. 4 high, Dolly Sky, and way out there. Brookdale Thomas leaving out. By the 8th pole they go. In between horses, Starship Zodiac. 3 high, that is Brookdale Thomas. Oh, and they've got a Tuesday night brouhaha right here at historic Summerside. Wow. By the quarter they go. Marley's Boy at the rail for Ryan DeRoche, the leader. Starship Zodiac now second. Third, Brookdale Thomas, 28 and 2 opened it up. Fourth is Dolly Sky. Then around the turn, Think Again, 5th. Racing 6, Starship Glide, 7th. Well Did, trailing the field. Acrobat Hanover, straight alignment at the midway point, led by Marley's Boy. He's halfway home by 2. Second, that's Starship Zodiac. Brookdale Thomas races from 3rd. On the move, 4th, Dolly Sky underway. 57 and 3. The opening half mile. Around the turn, arriving at 5/8, led by Marley's Boy. Starship Zodiac 2nd. Brookdale Thomas 3rd. Stalling 4th. That is Dolly Sky. And the outside 5th is Starship Glide. Think Again is 6th. Moving 3 wide, 7th, Well Did, trailing the field. Acrobat Hanover, the 3/4 completed. Marley's Boy got the field there. Starship Zodiac is second, 3/4 up in 1:28 and 2. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Marley's Boy coming home. Starship Zodiac to the outside for the stretch drive. Brookdale Thomas 3rd. 4th and way wide, Well Did. Marley's Boy jumped it off here in deep stretch. On the wire, here's Well Did for Paul Angel to close it out. Second, that'll go to Starship Zodiac. Third is Starship Glide. Time for the mile in 1:58.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the finale with Marley's Boy going to the front, 28-2, 57 and 3, down to 3/4 in 1:28 and 2. Well Did went 3 wide on the backstretch, and here is the stretch drive. Marley's Boy makes a break, and here they are 3 across the track now with Well Did farthest out. At the rail is Brookdale Thomas. Starship Zodiac there in the middle, but Well Did is going to get up to win this one. 60th lifetime win for Well Did. 1:58 and 3 is the mile. Paul Angel in the bike for the winning drive. In for second is the 3 Starship Zodiac. Starship Glide third. 5, 3, 6 unofficially in the finale, and we'll see Well Did and Paul Angel in the winner's circle next.
You're watching Well Did on his way to the winner's circle for the 60th time. of his career, and he does it right here in Summerside. Well did. Bay Pacing Gelding 14 by Well Said from the Blissful Hall Dam, Marnie Hall, owned by Well Did Stable of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia, bred by Daniel Plouffe and Jean Desereau of Quebec. Paul Langell training and driving him to his 60th lifetime win, the mile in 1:58 and 3. Well did. Win number 60. Congratulations. Now the official results in the 15th, Marley's Boy 5th, Think Again 7th, Starship Zodiac was 2nd, Dolly Sky finished 8th, Well Did the race winner, Starship Glide 3rd, Acrobat Hanover was 6th, Brookdale Thomas finished 4th, fractions of 28 and 2, 57 and 3, 128 and 2, and the mile in 158 and 3. In review, it's 572. 81364. Well Did paid $39.50 on the nose. Exactor $193.90. The Triactor $846.65. The Late Daily Double $161.50. Waiting on the Super High Five. And that's going to complete our live presentation tonight here in Summerside. Tonight's Farm Mutual handle went $87,239. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.